So this is Stephanie Clark. I'm the chair of the council. I've just started recording the meeting. We do have members present. We have Emily Harris, we have Steve Suo, we have Scott Winkles, we have Mark Landauer, we have Sharon Kosaravi, we have Michael Crone, we have Adam Crawford. So far, we do not have Les Seitz, we do not have Tony Hernandez, and we do not have Ginger McCall. Do we have Senator
Rob Bovet?
Or Rob Bovet? Thank you. Do we have Senator Thatcher or Representative Power on the phone this morning? I know they're non-voting members, so they may call in and listen to the proceedings. So for each candidate today, I will be giving a little bit of a greeting and an introduction. I'll be outlining the fact that we're doing interviews today. The intention for us today is to have a consensus amongst the council in order to pass along 3 names to the governor. That's my goal by the end of the day today. We will have 7 questions for them, and they will have 30 minutes for those questions. And then after the 30 minutes is up, then their 10 minutes for their presentation will start. I will be making them the presenter, and they will be sharing their PowerPoint slides with you all. They will not be sharing their webcam. There are multiple reasons for that. If anyone wants me to explain that, I can, but that's kind of just the decision that we made. Let's see, I am assigning the questions to people. So if I assign you a question and you are not able to commit for the whole day, let me know right now. Steve, should I assign a question to you or no? Just in case.
I guess I'd best say no.
Okay. All right. So I will be reading the first question just because I'll be doing the introduction, so it makes sense for me to read the first question. Mark, would you please ask question number 2?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Emily, will you please ask question number 3?
Yes.
Thank you. Adam, are you comfortable asking question number 4?
I would love to, but I've got my daughter here, so I may not be able to
Oh,
be able
okay.
to do that all the time.
No problem. No problem. Let's see. Michael, would you please ask question number 4?
Sure.
Thank you. Let's see. Sharon, will you please ask question number 5?
Yeah.
Thank you. And Scott, I'm not assigning you a question either because you're not able to commit necessarily to that, correct?
I think I'll be able there to participate. I think I've got my call moved, but I'm having the same coworker issues as Adam.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I'm going to round out by asking questions 6 and 7, if that's okay with everyone. They're pretty short and low impact. All right, so we've got those assigned. So people understand that they're going to be typing their notes in or handwriting them and then scanning them and sending those to me at the end of the day. Let's see. And then the ranking sheet, I hope that you can, just modify that or cross out the last column since we only have 6 interviews now today.
Okay, I can do that.
I went ahead and just modified mine just as a document and did that.
Hey, Stephanie, I do have a question, perhaps,
Sure.
that might be helpful. At the end of this, you mentioned that we're going to have a discussion to, hopefully unanimously arrive at our top 3.
Yep.
Once we get to our top 3, are we going to rank them in order, or
Nope.
are we just going to do the top 3?
Nope, we're just doing the top 3.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping that, later in the day we can use a few minutes of our break time to share where we're at with ranking people. Maybe take a shorter lunch break or something, if that works for people. We'll just see how the day goes, but I also don't want to cut into people's breaks if they're multitasking and trying to handle multiple things today.
Are you
So
providing lunch today?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to pop on over to archives, you can share mine. So what am I missing? Do you guys have questions for me? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, remind me, I'm sorry, it's Emily. There's no closed session here, right? All the discussions
Nope.
are part of the public meeting, correct?
Correct. We decided not to pursue executive session.
Okay, I thought so. Just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Christian. I'm seeing your chat message here. I will respond back in the chat. We are reconvening, yes, when our first candidate calls in. She's scheduled to call in at 9. So right now we are just waiting for that to start.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I took myself off mute. Okay, thank you for getting back with me on that. Appreciate that.
Oh,
So let me see. He said at 9. That's just going to be in a few minutes then.
Correct. Yep. We'll be starting at 9.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm in East Coast time right now. So. Okay.
And
Thank
I
you.
see that in the chat that we do have Sarah on the line. Sarah, we'll go ahead and get started at 9.
I'll go ahead and go back on mute.
Stephanie, is my audio coming through fine?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Wasn't sure whether I should try to set my Bluetooth headphones or something, but I think we'll be good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's good. So council members, before we get started, I just wanted to mention that, asking follow-up questions is fine if it's related to, something that the candidate answered in their previous question, but just be mindful that each candidate only has 30 minutes for the question portion, so we don't want to monopolize their time and make the rest of their answers, need to be more brief. But we are kind of on a tight timeline today, so just keep that in mind. It's good to follow up, but that we want to have a balance today. All right, Sarah, since I know you're here, I'm going to go ahead and get started here. So I'm Stephanie Clark. I'm the state archivist and also the chair of the Public Records Advisory Council. Today we are conducting the Public Records Advocate interviews. Our intention today is to pass along 3 names to the governor. Hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have those 3 names, and then the governor will have her own process for deciding who to appoint from those 3 candidates. Today we have kind of a 2-portion interview. We've got the first part, which is going to be 7 questions. You have 30 minutes for those 7 questions. And then for the last 10 minutes of the interview, we've asked you to prepare a 10-minute presentation. So after we're done with our questions for you today, I'll make you the presenter and you can share your slides. If something goes sideways and it's not working, you can quickly email them to me and I can get those projected up on the screen for you and advance the slides for you. But it should be okay. We've done some testing, it should work. So without further ado, I'd like to ask the first question. So yes?
Can you tell me who's on this call? It's sort of odd being interviewed by a panel.
Absolutely. Yep. So each member, if you'd like to go around, I'll just do a roll call. Emily?
Yeah, hi, Sarah. It's Emily Harris. I'm a journalist and I've been on the Public Records Advisory Committee for about I think a year now.
Steve?
Sorry, looking for my mute button. Hi, I'm Steve Suo. I'm formerly a journalist with the Oregonian, currently work at USA Today.
Scott?
Hi, I'm Scott Winkles, and I'm with the League of Oregon Cities.
Mark?
Good morning, Sarah. My name is Mark Landauer. I am a lobbyist representing special districts in Oregon, as well as a number of other entities.
Sharon?
Hi, this is Sharon Khosravi. I'm a supervising attorney with SEIU Local 503.
Michael?
Hi, I'm Michael Crone. I work for Oregon's Attorney General, Ellen Rosenblum.
And Adam?
And I'm Adam Crawford. I work for the Department of Administrative Services.
Great, thank you everyone. So Sarah, first question. What interests you about this position and how has your background prepared you to meet the responsibilities? Please specifically address your experience in management, advocacy, mediation, public records law, and legislative work.
Thank you. I got off of Cycle Oregon last year and read the news that Ginger was resigning. And I had not been all that aware of this position before that, but I read up quite a bit and I thought, wow, that would be an interesting job blending so many of the strands of my career. I mean, I started my work as a journalist. I worked in the governor's office and in other state agencies, also local agencies and the school district as a public affairs person, communicator, policy. And now I'm a lawyer and work in the public records law arena as well there at times. Through employment law, we represent a number of public employers, particularly up in Washington state, which has its own Public Records Act, both kind of, looking at responding to outside requests and can we give them this? And then we've also, in the course of litigation and in the course of just regular research I have done, made public record requests, including yesterday, to a state agency. So it's kind of been part of the background of my life for a long time. And I thought that having these very different perspectives helps me understand how it's working for different parts of our community. The Oregonian was obviously my first experience with public records law, and I remember the time I knew I might not be suited to be a long-term journalism, might be something different for me, is when I was watching Earl Blumenauer and Dick Bogle on the city council, and they were talking about a proposal. I can't even remember what the proposal was, but Earl was getting in high dudgeon because Dick didn't understand what he was saying, and Dick wasn't, was trying to explain what he wanted out of it. And I just felt like raising my hand and saying, Earl, what Dick needs is just this. You can do that for him. And Earl, Earl doesn't really think he's smarter than you, or maybe he does, but this is how it could go. I felt like an urge to stand up and kind of help these folks kind of mediate their dispute. And then I realized maybe watching other people and writing down what those leaders say wasn't the right thing for me. And I went to the governor's office. Obviously, I immediately jumped. It was a trial by fire. I had to learn all about Measure 5, present the state budget documents, work very closely with DAS, or the executive department at that point, and had all sorts of reporters with microphones or cameras in my face, kind of talking to me about some of these issues in the wake of Measure 5. I went from there. I took a couple other state agencies job, worked with different organizations. One of the more painful periods of my life was trying to write a mission statement for a 12-member board that believed in consensus collaboration decision making. So there was a lot of kind of mediating different personalities and trying to figure out how to make that work. Management, I took on the acting public affairs director job at Metro when they merged. They had an independent director and a separate political staff on the council, and they merged those into one council president, and they had to merge their staff. So I had 15 people that I had to put through a process, each of them going through interviews like this. And we played musical chairs and rewrote job descriptions and placed them into their spots. That was a significant and tricky management job right there. Advocacy, I have, before I went to work for Parkland Public Schools, I worked for campaigns at the school district. I promoted policies and worked. I wasn't usually the face, going and testifying, or, but I definitely set up everybody to go and do that, whether they were going to City Hall or whether they were going to the legislature, or just it was program staff going up to our school board to set policies. And obviously I had a lot of public records requests coming into me as a communications person at the school district, and I had to handle those. I think the real thing about public records is that if you, in good faith, respond to people's requests for records, it doesn't have to become a legal battleground. And I really think that overall it works better if it doesn't. You listen to what they need, you figure it out, you check in if you need to with a lawyer to make sure that that's all kosher, and then you make it happen. And I think that just works out best for everybody, including the organization whose credibility is saved. Let me see. Legislative work, obviously I worked in agencies that were lucky enough to have lobbyists and to have executive directors who were the people who were presenting directly to the legislative committees. I've only done that about once. But again, I have proposed ideas for legislation, made sure they got into law. I have worked on rulemaking with the Governor's Oregon Education Investment Board. So I have a range of, I just have a very odd and unusual career path for Oregon. And I think, depending what you want, that this might be a really good fit. If it's not, then that's okay too, if it's not what you want. So that's what I'm kind of hoping to present myself as and just be upfront with what I bring and what I don't. And you guys get to make the decision what you need.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Mark, question number 2.
Sarah, what do you believe is the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law?
Fundamentally, it's about good government and accountability. And having worked in public agencies, I firmly believe that it is public service, that we work for members of our community, and everybody should be able to understand how their government works or doesn't work, when we screw up, when we get it right, how their tax dollars are spent, and how public employees and programs work to benefit their community or not. There's a lot of accountability in there. Often that kind of accountability in the Oregon Public Records Law is a huge tool for that. Often that happens through the media, but sometimes through advocacy organizations, and sometimes through individuals' direct information requests. So I think that really we're in a tough spot right now with the public distrusting the media distrusting the government feeling beat up or gun shy and understaffed. And I think that if there is a well-functioning public records law, it can help ease some of this distrust. I maybe call me Pollyanna. The benefit, though, when it works, I think, is to strengthen the bond between governments and the people that they serve and build trust and transparency.
Great, thank you. Emily?
Thank you. Yeah, Sarah, in your opinion, what is the greatest impediment to improving access to public records? And what are some ideas that you have to improve access to public records in Oregon?
That's a good question. And I just noticed just now it says the greatest impediment, not several impediments, because I think there are several. So I'm going to take a little liberty. I think overall there is perhaps not a great public understanding about the public records law and what it can do for the individual. Reporters understand it, but I think there's so many impediments. You've got the fees, of course, and I think the Department of Administrative Services model plan is a good step forward and could be more, if it were more broadly adopted, it would be much more consistent and understandable for people out there. There are so many exemptions, and it's not just because there's so many, but because when you have that many exemptions, it starts to feel like you need a lawyer to deal with this. It really feels overwhelmingly complicated on both sides. The person responding to the record request is a little gun shy. They're not sure they understand all 500 plus. And it becomes a little more of a formalistic exercise when really it should be a human exercise between two people and trying to figure out what they need and how to get it to them. And I think the Sunshine Committee and the Department of Administrative Services check boxes to evaluate the public interest, I think those are both great steps in the right direction, should spread and keep going. It's also, if you have cruised a bunch of the state websites, and God knows they don't have the IT staff to make them all lovely, but it's not always clear who to ask, who the public records request should go to. And then they have different levels of fillable forms. Of one at the city of Portland is kind of particularly complicated, others are easier, but it can really feel mechanistic, and that you better get it right the first time. And I think some of that can be a little bit tricky for people too. So I think there's just more opportunity to have a public records request be more of a dialogue than a straight up demand response, in the classic kind of legal side of things.
Thank you.
Michael?
Please describe your understanding of diversity/equity and how that might apply to providing assistance and preparing presentations.
When I was at Portland Public Schools for a number of years, it was fascinating because issues of race and equity were right under the surface of any policy decision that we made. And we had a good bit of training about thinking about those things and kind of thinking about the institutional inequities. And you know, every report we worked on, policies and budget priority community meeting, I kind of miss that engagement in those issues. Although, you know, with the protests now, we're all getting a bit of a challenge to think about those things now and to examine our own privilege or, you know, our own complicity in the system that we have. And I noticed, particularly on the front of the work that I was most directly doing, you know, in public outreach and communications and public records, the educated white parents had little trouble making their voices heard and demanding accountability from the school board. They'd call, they'd write, ask for information, public records. It was more the underserved school communities that we had to work much harder to reach. And I think there's a parallel here to some of the work that needs to be done, you know, by the public records advocate, and, you know, to improve that in the big picture, not just one agency at a time. I mean, the fees clearly are an equity issue, but I think we could also do better at having simple, less off-putting how-to videos and handouts on the website, like, you know, how to walk you through this. And then you know, the office could be, you know, a safety net. Like, you get into something you don't understand, we can help you talk through that. I think that there are, obviously we have to get out of the office and go and meet people once this COVID is, you know, or even virtually, which is not satisfying. But I mean, there's the media, there's the responders to the requests, the public records officers, and then there's members of the public. And, you know, big media knows the law, but, you know, there's a lot of smaller outlets, specialty outlets out there that probably could, you know, be introduced to the office's services and kind of have some training, and then understand that we can kind of coach them in other ways. Members of the public, similarly, you know, the Latino Network, Todd is specifically reaching out to the Native American community. There are different groups, and I would just invite them to ask us, to tell us what they need or would like. And then training the government workers. I think you have a lot of people who are trying to do a good job, who are a little bit gun shy, don't quite understand that the liability law was changed, thank you. And just to really kind of not make this a fraud, like I could screw it up, but I could help.
Thanks.
Sharon?
Hi, this is Sharon. Please describe a specific experience assisting a client or customer that could be perceived as confrontational. What tools did you use to de-escalate and resolve the situation?
I have to go back to Portland Public Schools. There are so many different times, you know. I mean, for one, I was, you know, in the basement of the Grant High School explaining to all my neighbors and the parents of my kids' friends, you know, how we were going to change high school boundaries and change their middle schools, and oh my gosh. But there's a little bit of out-of-body experience. You have to kind of put a different hat on in a way. But the one person who I would say kind of came to mind first is Steve Buell. Now, Steve Buell had served on the school board quite some time ago, decades ago, and was known as a very cantankerous and cranky fellow. He also helped write some of the desegregation policies, and he was a teacher up in Vancouver. And so he felt very sure that he knew it all. So he started calling the school district and asking for information and demanding information, and always kind of with a kind of, he just had a terse, kind of grumpy way about him. And you just have to take a deep breath and share the information. And, you know, you kind of don't let things you don't get triggered. You have to kind of be professional and calm and patient. And I mean, this goes well beyond Steve Buell, and try to explain the policies as well as you can without sounding defensive, and providing the information he asks and as quickly as possible. And I think that ultimately good service, despite the individual's people don't call because they're happy with the school district. They call because they think you screwed up and they want to find out exactly how. So, there's always an element of like being, trying to represent the school district and be as professional and calm and not let it get to you. And I eventually, I went and I was up at Roosevelt High School on a tour, and he happened to be taking the same tour. And I went and introduced myself and chatted with him. And I think, by the end of our relationship, he had a pretty, he had a lot of respect for me. I think that I was an honest broker, didn't always agree with him, but I took his calls, answered his questions, gave him the information he asked for, and, we moved on. And that was the best and most productive way to handle it for my employer. And as it turned out, he ended up running for the school board and was served on the school board, which is, of course, another lesson is that, these are not one-time requests. People come back, and Oregon is small. And so really the relationships and the trust that you build is critical to public records work.
Great, thank you, Sarah. So the next question that we have, what 3 words would your colleagues use to describe you?
Strong, smart, and honest.
Great.
That's a big one.
Thank you. So we do have a little bit of time here. Do you have questions for us today?
Well, I would love to hear from you. I mean, I've put people through these processes, and as a former reporter and a curious person, and I know you guys are too, it's so tempting to have follow-up questions and whatever. And I think back and forth, have more of a conversation. And I think that those kinds of conversations are helpful for you all, but also for the candidates who are trying to figure out, okay, is this a good fit? Because this is a two-way interview, really, except it isn't today. Anyway, so my one question that I'd like to ask for of you guys this morning is, the next report that you have to do comes out at the end of this year. What are the top 3 achievements you want to be able to report out to the public and the legislature for the advocate and the council?
Does anyone want to take that one?
Well, I think the first one is we want to be able to proudly report our advocate hire. So I'll take the easy one. Number 1, we hired an advocate.
And this is Emily. I think number 2 is we attempted last legislative session to change the reporting structure where the advocate reports to, because of Ginger's experience. And that bill went almost all the way through, but was derailed when the conflict over the climate bill led the legislature to not be meeting. And we want to get that ready to go it wouldn't be by the end of this year, but as a top goal for the next session.
Anyone else have anything?
Emily, again, I would just jump in and say this is not something like this question we haven't discussed specifically in the way you phrased it, Sarah. So these aren't things that the group has come to a consensus on per se. But these reflect some of our discussions, and other issues we've discussed include looking at ways to promote some of the obstacles, some of the impediments to fair access, to equal access. And we've talked about, anyone who's attended our meetings will know we've talked about fees, we've talked about technical record keeping, even tracking things like how often record requests get done. We've talked about increasing trainings. I mean, all of those things that we've talked about. But that's just me speaking from what we've discussed, since this isn't something we've prioritized and set as goals as a group.
This is Mark Landauer. I mean, we have a number of subcommittees that were created a little, well, I guess some time ago. Regrettably, though, we've been distracted with the public records advocates departure and now having to rehire. So some of our work, and it's very important work, has been put on hold, if you will, in an effort to get the public records advocate back into the position.
Can I ask another question, or?
Yeah, please.
What is the relationship between the council and the Sunshine Committee?
Michael, you want to take that?
Yeah, I was going to say, Michael.
Well, that's an excellent question. I would say the relationship is generally good. The advocate under Ginger in particular did a lot of work for the Sunshine Committee and sort of unofficially worked as like an executive director for the Sunshine Committee almost, which the Sunshine Committee doesn't have. So she would prepare reports for the Sunshine Committee on, issues like the ways in which various states' public records law treat personally identifiable information, for example. So I would say the relationship is generally good. It's always been kind of a mystery to me why two very similar seeming organizations were created by the legislature to have these overlapping and, almost redundant roles. But I think they work together pretty well regardless of that inefficiency. And certainly as a person who sits on both, I think both are doing good work, but it does feel a little odd. So your question is one that makes a lot of sense to me.
This is Steve. So, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but my impression always has been that the Sunshine Committee was primarily oriented around the issue of exemptions and exemption repeal. Is that true?
Well, as a practical matter, we have been focusing on that partly because the Public Records Advisory Council also exists. But I certainly do not think that, I know for a fact that the Sunshine Committee's role is not limited to that by statute. And, I think the members often want to be doing more things, as you probably would too if you were spending so much time reviewing exemptions.
Yeah, I think certainly there is overlap. I think we've, obviously a major role for our council is kind of following the work of the public records advocate, advising the legislature on changes to the law that we think would be helpful. And I do think we sort of have carved out a few issues that, such as fee reform and others that we haven't focused as much on the exemption issue. Partly, I think, probably partly because knowing that the Sunshine Committee is working on that. So there's overlap, but I think there's complementarity, and there's so many issues to tackle, and only so much time in the day. So I think there's benefits to having both.
Well, so Sarah, I have made you the presenter. I don't know if you want to attempt to share your slides and we can troubleshoot if we need
Let's
to.
see.
Oh, great.
Oh, you get the whole thing though. I didn't do the slideshow oh well. You can roll with that, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I just wanted, well, well, we'll see how fast I go. Anyway, this is a very, high level, simple PowerPoint, in part because I know, the presentations that you all have been doing, they're closer to 40 minutes to an hour. You have Q&A. I think Q&A is always a great idea on these. So anyway, so here goes. I think that we can make Oregon's public records law work for all of us. And the basics are, the fundamental promise of the public records law is that every person has a right to inspect any public record of a public body in the state. That's a very sweeping statement, and it does include, all of your public agencies, whether it's your, Soil and Water Conservation District, Metro, the cities, the counties, the state, just all of them are, and including their elected officials, are subject to the public records law. And anyone can request letters. You don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be a reporter. You don't have to be, and with an official organization that has a quote right to these, documents. It's open to everybody. And, it doesn't matter if you're a critic or a supporter, researcher or reporter. And so that includes all sorts of people. Now, of course, that means you get to tailor a, you have to think about the responses differently for different people. But the one catch is, of course, that there are so many exemptions. And I know that the Sunshine Committee is working on some of that. There's more than 500 in all. Most are subject to a balancing test, so that won't be released unless the public interest requires disclosure in the particular instance. Most of these exemptions, most information is easily released, none of this balancing test. But if you fall into one of these exemptions, you still may be able to get your documents if you show that it's in the public interest. So requesters should make your case, and records officers, you should evaluate it. If you act in good faith, there's no liability for you if you release something that maybe somebody else would have withheld. The other tricky part is the fees. Government agency may charge for the actual cost of searching for, reviewing, and copying the records. And that can add up. Depends on how big your request is. If it's over $25, they'll send you a written notice and you can have that discussion. This really is an impetus to put forward good requests and to evaluate them fairly. The Department of Administrative Services has a standard policy for state agencies, should be a model for a lot of other agencies. Just pick it up for free. The first half hour responding to the request is for free. There's public interest checklist, to think, to help people walk through that and check it off, record what their thinking was. If they want a fee waiver or reduction. And then they have standard rates for the hourly rates for the time that they spend. And this is important because, they have to give you an estimate before you say, yes, go ahead, I want those documents. But then they really need, as the city of Portland learned to their great expense recently, they need to only bill you for the actual cost. So they have to, there's some accountability there for them too. So how to make an effective ask? You should take the time to craft your request. Think about it. Who has the records you're after? The public records officer should be on the website, not always. Can you narrow your ask? What exactly are you after and why? Is there a certain document that you want? Emails related to a few days? Key decision makers whose emails you might want, or who made the decision and you want to know why? So what is the purpose, and how can we help you get that? And so, how can the records officer reach you? This is key. Can they email you, call you? Because really, there's a lot of pressure to do this right the first time, but you can revise a record request. You can amend it. You can work with them to make sure you are asking for the right thing that they actually have and that answers your key question. Help them help you. The effective response from the government side, yeah, you're faced with this. Is the request too broad? Do you just like, how long is it going to take? And don't make any assumptions. I remember we received a request for all of the emails between the superintendent and the HR director she had fired, and over the course of several months. And we just thought, this was quite some time ago, like 15 years ago. We thought, oh my God, that's going to be horrible. And we went down to the IT guy, and he pulled out these big 8-track, huge tapes of some sort that they do backup on. And half an hour later, he had it. It's like, oh, okay, that was easy. And the reporter got the information. So I think, there's a little bit of, don't just knee jerk, assume the request is too broad, but then, maybe it is. Do you know what the documents are? Who has them? Got to acknowledge the request within 5 business days. But when you have questions, reach out. You can pick up a phone. You can ask them, what do you really want? What if I got you this? Would that be good? And not denying them any records they have a right to, but just understanding that they could get what they need faster and more efficiently and at less cost to them if they ask only for what they need. So there's a lot of, there should be an interactive process, unless it's just a very straightforward request. And you need to provide a complete response in 15 days or provide a reasonable estimated completion date. These are the basics. And this is the framework within which all of the complications exist when you start going under the surface. But at its essence, this is a transaction between 2 people, and if they approach it with the acknowledgement or the premise that both sides are making the request, even if they're mad, and responding to the request, even if they're irritated, in good faith, and that they can bring their best selves to the response, it's all going to go much smoother for everybody, and everybody's going to be happier. Again, I'm not usually a Pollyanna. Obviously, there's a whole lot of resources on there. I didn't put the hyperlinks here, but the Attorney General's Public Records Manual has a whole lot of information. There's also the list of all of the exemptions, which is awesome, online, with links to some of the decisions about when they apply, these exemptions apply, when the public interest might outweigh the confidentiality interest to make they should be disclosed. And then there's a state agency public records policy that could apply. There are lots of things, but most of all, since 2018, the public records advocate is here for you. And I think they can help you troubleshoot along the way. They can help you mediate if you don't get the answer or don't get the response you feel like you deserve from a state agency. You can ask them to do that. And they can help you with a public records request with a non-state agency, a local government or somebody, if both sides agree to come and mediate. It's a wonderful resource, and it should make this whole process go much smoother, and I would take questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah.
Hey, I'm right on time.
You are, you did well, thank you. So we are going to be, like I said, doing the interviews today. I don't know when DAS will be reaching out to folks to let them know what the next steps are, but I'm hoping it's not too terribly long that you'll be waiting to hear. But we really do appreciate your time today, and if you have any additional questions, you can email me or Amber.
I just wanted to thank you all for your time and your service on this. I think this is a really important issue, and I know that I'm a different candidate probably the most that you've seen, and some will have more legal experience or some will have more legislative experience. But I think you all as a group can think about what really is necessary at this point in the evolution of this still young agency's life and how you want to move forward. So you have a lot of opportunity. I'm very glad you reopened the position and have some great candidates. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I got to go to a mediation.
Bye.
Okay. Well, so we do have a bit of a break here. Do people want to debrief at all, or do we want to wait till we have other candidates to discuss as well? Any votes to debrief? No? Okay.
I prefer to wait till we had to
Yeah.
do it at the end.
Yeah, sounds good.
I agree.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
me
we have a break until 10:40. I will be back probably at 10:30 just to make sure that I've got everything up and running properly. I'm going to pause the recording, and I will see you all back here for our next interview of Todd at 10:40. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Stephanie.
All right. I see Todd has arrived. Welcome, Todd. Todd, are you there? Let's see, his audio's there and then not. Todd, how's your microphone? Can't hear you yet. Todd, we cannot hear you yet. Oh, I hear something.
Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Okay, I'm sorry. The headphones confused the computer. Excuse me.
No problem. Caller 6, are you Emily? We don't know. Okay. Emily, have you joined us? No. Okay. Well, welcome, Todd. This is the interview process for the public records advocate position. Oh, there's Emily. Today we're going to be doing interviews. Our intention today is to be able to, by the end of the day, pass along 3 names to the governor. After that, the governor will have her own process for selecting the successful candidate from those 3 names. Today we've got 7 questions for you. That portion of the interview is only 30 minutes, so do keep an eye on the clock. I will also be watching the clock. And then after 30 minutes, I'll go ahead and make you the presenter, and you'll have 10 minutes to go over your presentation with us according to the instructions that were sent to you. So I'm going to do a quick round of introductions. So I'm Stephanie Clark. I'm the chair of the Public Records Advisory Council and the State Archivist. Emily, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hi, I'm Emily Harris. I'm a journalist and have been on the PREC about a year, I think.
Steve? Are you there, Steve? We'll go back to him. Scott?
Good morning. I'm Scott Winkles, League of Oregon Cities.
Mark?
Good morning, Todd. Mark Landauer with the Special Districts Association of Oregon.
Sharon?
Sharon Khosravi, Supervising Attorney, SEIU Local 503.
Tony? I'll go back to him. Michael?
Hi, Todd. Michael Cron from the Attorney General's office.
And Adam.
Hi, Todd. Adam Crawford from DAS.
And we also have Steve Suo and Tony Hernandez on the line. They are just not using their audio. So without further ado, we are going to launch right into the questions. Again, you have 30 minutes for these. The first question we have for you today: what interests you about this position, and how has your background prepared you to meet the responsibilities? Please specifically address your experience in management, advocacy, mediation, public records law, and legislative work.
Well, first of all, good morning, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to interview for this position. I think this question is actually particularly important, so I do have a lot to say in response. I hope you'll bear with me, and I promise not to use up all the time on just this one question. I graduated from law school in 2002. I went to law school knowing that I wanted to work in the public interest, helping people through direct or government service. I also always saw public interest lawyering as hands-on work, and I sought out positions that allowed me direct contact with clients and the community. And I've done that in positions I've held throughout my career, both inside and outside of government. And there are 4 positions in particular that I think really speak to this best. I started my career at the Legal Aid Society in New York as a public defender. My clients were indigent and primarily people of color. Overall, it was a fast-paced, high-volume practice with a lot on the line, and I loved it. It was mission-driven work at the intersection of law and policy. I quickly learned that zealously advocating for my clients and successfully managing a large caseload required building positive working relationships, not only with my colleagues and clients and their families and community, but also with assistant district attorneys, judges, and court staff. It was at this time that I also began honing my mediation and negotiation skills, as I often had upwards of 150 cases at a time, and most did not go to trial. But then, like so many others, we were able to realize our dream of moving to Oregon, and it allowed me to branch out further. I began my career here in state government at OJD, the Oregon Judicial Department. I saw it as a bridge from criminal law to civil law, project management, and policy work. I gained a deeper understanding of the interplay of different legal systems and what it means to have to comply with layers of regulation. Being immersed in a large statewide court system, I became grounded in governmental administration and providing advice to leadership and staff members, helping to direct government action rather than advising people about how to react to government action like I had at Legal Aid. After a time, as I decided to focus my career on working within state government, it seemed prudent to develop my litigation skills in this area as well. I moved laterally to the trial division of DOJ, and I defended multiple state agencies in federal and state court, litigating cases to trial, dismissal, or settlement. On a daily basis, I worked hand in hand with state and local employees from across Oregon. I also bolstered my management experience, running 2 different litigation teams dedicated to agency clients, and by supervising the large team of paralegals and law clerks who went to court in small claims cases. You see, the small claims docket had fallen out of line with the rest of the civil litigation practice at DOJ, and I was tasked with bringing it back into line. I established monthly meetings with risk management and DOC, since most claimants were adults in custody. I updated the policy manual, and I standardized our practices, pleadings, and forms. So the 4th and last position I'd like to briefly discuss is my current one as the acting public records advocate. Both now and as the deputy before that, my work has essentially been one of first impression here in Oregon. Joining the office when it was less than 5 months old, I've had to figure out on my own, or previously in conjunction with the former advocate, what it means to provide facilitated dispute resolution services for and conduct trainings on the legal requirements and best practices for processing and responding to public records requests. My duties permit me to help shape the policies of a new dynamic and developing office and improve the conversation on public records practices statewide. I've become deeply knowledgeable about the state budgeting process, including in response to the current economic downturn due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and have led or participated in 2 legislative sessions on behalf of the council, including the successful passage of HB 2430 during the 2019 session. As you know, I've also drafted and proposed a legislative concept for the next session that I really view as a wraparound idea to support the council's work to fully and effectively make this an independent office. I've come to know and work well with state and local public bodies. I've trained hundreds of employees at this point, and I've also come to know and work well with legislators, members of the media, frequent records requesters, and other stakeholders. As acting advocate, I do not see myself as just a caretaker, but rather someone to carry the office forward while I can. That is why I designed and launched a freestanding website, and it's adorned with the logo that I designed for our office too, that I think the open book on it speaks best to the work that this office is intended to do. I've also begun the process of moving the office out of archives, which honestly is hard to do because of the close professional relationship I've developed with the people there. But you know what? I believe in independence, and I know that it means we must stand on our own administratively, even though that's hard to do. Therefore, I hope and believe that everything I've said today and everything in my background provides me with an expansive perspective on this role and would allow me to hit the ground running as the next permanent public records advocate.
Great. Thank you, Todd. Mark, next question.
Todd, what do you believe is the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law?
Well, Mark, as you're going to hear in my presentation, I generally couch the intent of the law in terms of disclosure. I ground my work in this idea because I think it's the best place to start from. But this very same law recognizes and accounts for the legal and resource limitations on public bodies to provide records by permitting things like myriad exemptions, fees, and deadlines, and flexibility within those deadlines in the form of time estimates and the safety valve provision for public bodies that cannot meet those deadlines. You know what, in the end, after having worked closely with this law for nearly 2 years, I really now view its intent as a valiant, but not always successful, balancing act between 2 strong philosophies: that these are the people's records, and that public bodies that possess them do not have the ability or the right to always turn over all of it at any time to anyone and without cost. No matter how you feel about this balancing act or how you would like to change it, it is the current state of the law. And so what I try to do is stand on the line between these 2 philosophies when providing both advice and training.
Great, thank you. Emily? Emily? Might be an issue with her audio. She says she can't unmute. Just a second. She will try. I will
Okay,
go.
I am successful.
Oh, okay, great.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Todd, what, in your opinion, is the greatest impediment to improving access to public records? And what are some ideas that you have to improve access to public records in Oregon?
Well, hi, Emily. You know, this could be a longer conversation with nuanced levels and caveats, but for the sake of this process, I would say that the greatest impediments to improving access are fees and the will of those in leadership positions to create a more equitable system for records requesters and custodians alike. Fees, even for small requests, can often result in prohibitive amounts, whether the requester is a journalist or a member of the general public. Moreover, the at times inconsistent application of fees within and across public bodies and at all levels of government in Oregon leads to inconsistent results, lack of direction to public employees processing requests, and frustration and distrust for requesters. Similarly, leadership that doesn't provide adequate staffing, training, technology systems, or a culture focused on disclosure hamstrings frontline employees trying to do their jobs. The solution, as I see it, is to improve access to public records in Oregon that addresses both of these impediments is more funding. Baking a response system into a public body at the outset in its budget and culture reduces the burden on public bodies to recoup their costs. Instilling a public body with the staff, resources, and technology to do this work from the beginning should lead to fee reductions and a perspective shift to seeing these requests as just another part of the job servicing the public rather than a burden to be borne on top of their other duties.
Thank you, Todd. Michael? Michael, do we have you?
You do. I'm just talking into my mute button. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Todd, can you please describe your understanding of diversity/equity and how that might apply to providing assistance in preparing presentations?
Sure, Michael, and I have a bit to say about this as well. You know, my understanding of equity is to treat all people fairly and respectfully. I value diversity by recognizing and respecting everyone's unique qualities and attributes. But what does that really mean to me? Well, as I already mentioned, I started my career as a public defender. I represented thousands of people over my 11 years on the job. All of my clients were indigent, often to a startling degree, and most were people of color. My job was to broadcast their voice in a system that silenced them, to make them seen as individuals, not statistics. You know, therefore, I thought I knew a lot about diversity and equity when I moved to Oregon. Then I started working at OJD and learned something about geographic diversity too, which I think is really saying cultural diversity. I couldn't just tell an Eastern County court that something was the best practice because we thought of it in Salem or because it worked for a large urban court system like Multnomah County. Instead, I had to translate why something would work in their courthouse with their staff and resource limitations. Sure, what I was saying might involve laws with statewide applicability, but I quickly learned that I first had to hear their local concerns before I tried to explain it in terms that work for them to get actual buy-in and ensure compliance. And I took all of these lessons with me into the advocate's office. Whether I get a call for mediation or a request for training, I understand that people are coming to me from different levels of authority and education. I try to tailor my response in kind, whether it's explaining something in more detail to those who have limited experience with the law, or by shaping trainings to the needs of local audiences. For instance, when I presented recently to the OCDLA conference, which is a convening of criminal defense attorneys, I talked at length about the intersection of public records and criminal law, and how attorneys might get information they need specific for their cases, as well as the barriers that they might encounter along the way unique to a criminal law setting. I strongly believe in meeting people where they are in their understanding of the law, so that when I prepare my trainings, I inquire ahead of time about the level of experience of the audience, as well as their most frequently used exemptions and their most commonly occurring issues. And at the training, I tailor my material to their field rather than just working off PowerPoint slides originally developed for state agencies. I tailor my material, It also means recognizing different learning styles once I'm there. So I provide handouts, and I present the same information in multiple ways, through the handouts, through my slides and lecturing, as well as fielding any and all questions throughout the presentation, and by using interactive hypotheticals and games that I've developed to engage audience members that are willing to do it. And not everybody always is. Finally, my thoughts on this extend to my management style as well. It's easy to say that as a leader, you have an open door policy, that those you supervise can come and talk to you about anything. But you know what? That leaves the onus on them to come to you, to overcome whatever concerns, anxieties, or issues they have and seek you out. Instead, while I certainly always keep my door open, I also prefer to practice something else, to be a servant leader. I seek people out and I offer help where I can. And I think doing so enriches those around me, not only to increase productivity and organizational success, but also because it allows people to grow personally. And realistically, by doing that, I believe their commitment to everyone's overall success grows as well.
Thank you, Todd. Sharon, you have the next question.
Sorry, having similar unmuting issues. Please describe a specific experience assisting a client or customer that could be perceived as confrontational. What tools did you use to de-escalate and resolve the situation?
Thanks, Sharon. I actually just spent the last several months working with someone who had been seeking records from a certain large state agency for the last few years. They believe that individuals in this agency were purposefully conspiring to prevent the release of records to them. In turn, this requester had used inflammatory and derogatory language aimed at agency employees, was not generally agreeable to compromising with the agency or altering their request, and has, at times, bluntly commented on what they saw as my own shortcomings in offering them assistance. So I used several tools to de-escalate and resolve this situation. First, and perhaps most importantly, I let them know that I heard and saw them. While I always remain professional, I listened to them, I heard them out, and I empathized with their frustration and let them know that I would do what I could to get them a reasonable resolution. But I also always made the extent of my abilities clear. I would work to either get them the records they sought or provide them with a clear explanation as to why those records could not be disclosed. I took my time asking questions of both the requester and the agency, which involved a large amount of shuttle diplomacy. I did not rise to the challenge of inflammatory statements, but instead merely said on more than one occasion what my ideas were about how I conduct myself professionally and that I expected to be treated with the same level of respect that I showed to others. And in the end, I was not afraid to let the requester know when I believed I had reached the end of my inquiry. I told them that it was necessary I told them what I thought it was necessary on their end to get the records that they were seeking. I explained the limitations on the agency's computer systems and that the law, whether they agreed with it or not, did not require the agency to create new records for them. But I did offer a compromise that I thought would get both parties closer to a resolution. I also let the requester know that I had provided the agency with 2 very detailed recommendations on how to improve the processing of similar requests in the future, because I believe those aspects had been sorely lacking in the agency's work with this requester so far. And you know what, in the end, I think resolving these types of situations is really more about how I handle myself than anything else, because I can't control how my words and actions will be received, but really the only thing I can control is how I put them out there. Starting by listening, speaking with respect and positivity, establishing firm boundaries to protect my own mental and emotional well-being, that's really the best framework I've come up with so far for these types of situations.
Great, thank you, Todd. So our next question we have for you, what 3 words would your colleagues use to describe you?
Well, Stephanie, if I were going to speak for anybody else, I think the 3 words they would use are thoughtful, methodical, and engaging. And thoughtful, I like to think of also as mentally flexible. I've been doing this. I've been an attorney for 18 years now, and I think I'm sure enough of myself at this point, not arrogant, but just confident what I do and do not know, that I do not let my insecurities affect my ability to take in new information, hear what others are saying, and to alter my responses accordingly. As for methodical, I think another way to look at that is also resourceful. If I have a problem to solve, I will do what it takes to get to an answer. And if I get to the point where there is no answer, I will figure out the process for creating an answer. As for engaging, I also think of that as present. When I'm working with others, when I'm engaging with you one-on-one, my head isn't stuck in the past or the future. I am with you in that room listening to what you have to say. And on a personal note, not to toot my own horn, but I think others beyond colleagues feel that way too, because actually last year I was asked to host or MC the fundraiser at my girls' school. And, no one booed me off the stage, so I think it went pretty well.
Great. So just our last question is basically, do you have any questions for us today?
I do. I have 2. And the first one is the longer one. And it is this. It is vital for the advocate's office to maintain its independence, including by pointing out, as needed, what does not work in the current system. At the same time, forming strong working relationships with state and local public bodies and requesters is important to successfully fulfill two of the advocate's core duties of mediation and education. As council members, how will you support the new advocate to do this work?
Anyone want to take that?
Sure, this is Emily. As you know, Todd, I can't speak for the whole council or anything, but just to give you a sense of things, I mean, I think one of the things that I would expect the council would be able to do to support that is to, know what the advocate is doing and specifically what things would be useful, and then work with the advocate to try to make those happen. I mean, we have limited powers at the moment, but a public, communication with people who have either purse strings or make laws are essential. And I think we'd see this as a partnership. So understanding the advocate's needs and identifying where we might be able to advocate on behalf of the advocate would be part of our role.
Thank you, Emily.
Anyone else have anything to add?
This is Steve. I think, Todd, you've identified a number of areas. I mean, when you talked about the impediments to access to records, it's definitely in line with things that we've discussed as a council. And I think, to the extent that the next public records advocate is able to, we would be looking to that person to articulate, kind of a vision for what some of these repairs should be. And I still think that, once this hiring takes place, the council can be in a position as subcommittees to support that work. And I think really the advocate will have a major role in kind of setting that agenda. And, someone like you, obviously, you have a lot of very deep experience in, seeing the stumbling blocks. And as you said in one of your earlier answers, creating systems for making solutions. So that's how we would support it.
All right. Do you have another question for us, Todd?
Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that response as well. And it's a quick one, I hope. So I'm aware of the next step in the process. I'm just wondering when I might expect your decision.
So I'll take that one. So my hope is that by the end of today, we do have our 3 names to pass along to the governor. I will then contact the HR analyst who will reach out to each candidate and let them know whether they're going to be moving on as one of the 3 names. So hopefully this week.
Okay, good news after all this time. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make you the presenter. We can go into our next portion. And you can share your screen, hopefully.
Great, and please bear with me. This is my first time doing this on GoToMeeting.
No worries.
Let's give it a try. People can see my screen. Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to minimize that if I can. Well, let's open this and see if this is what happened. I know there's a way to minimize the control box. Can anyone tell me what that is?
Yes, it's the 2 little arrows that are pointing to each other.
Oh, excellent. I see it. Okay, now This is the PowerPoint. I will open. Oh, sorry, I'm already forgetting. Okay, I am ready if you are ready.
We are ready.
Here we go. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Todd Albert, and I am the Acting Public Records Advocate. You know, it's great to be talking to a group of both records requesters and custodians, since that is not something I usually get to do during presentations of this type. But since we only have 10 minutes in which to do it, what I'm going to do today is actually zoom in and out of certain key elements of the very broad and deep public records law, focusing on what I consider to be best practices for each. So with that being said, what can you expect today? Well, we're going to start with discussing two important elements of the basics of the public records law. We will then move on to the keys to a successful public records request submission, go over the need for a public records policy, and then finally end with ideas on effective communication between records requesters and custodians. So, as you all probably know, every person has a right to inspect any public record of a public body in Oregon, except as otherwise prohibited. Now, the first point that I want you to take away from this is that the law is one of disclosure, not confidentiality. And I know that that is not the be-all and end-all of the law. It says it right there in the definition. But if you start out with this as your foundational notion to get information to requesters as quickly and as often as possible, or as a requester, that this is information you're entitled to, subject to the limits of the law, I think we can build to successful public records requests that way. The second idea that I want you to take away from this is that at the outset of a request, it doesn't matter why someone is seeking those documents. Let's say as a requester, you accept all the documents that are provided to you as responsive. Do not challenge the exemptions that withhold other documents from you and pay the fees as estimated in full. If you take that information and go, then as a public body, you never get to ask why that person wanted those records, what are they going to do with it, or if they come in anonymized, say through a website like Muckrock, even who that person is. And I think this is important because it connects back to the first notion I said. The law is designed, despite any limitations, on getting information to the people, and that is where you should be focusing your efforts to the extent that you are able to do so. Having said that, though, what are the keys to a successful public records request submission? How does a public records request successfully get across the line into that public body to the right person who can fulfill it for you? At its most basic, a request can be in any form, but you know what? I generally do not think that that is the best practice. If a public body wants to actually fulfill the spirit as well as the letter of the law, they need to track what requests are coming in the door and what records are going out of the door, as well as what fees are being applied and exemptions used for the same types of requests so that they could be consistent in their application of the law. Well, how do you do this? How can requesters and public bodies both be put on the same page about what a request should look like? Well, public bodies, under the law, you are actually required to have a publicly facing written policy about how you process public records requests. And look, in this day and age, what does publicly available mean? It means you need to put it on your website. People are going to be coming to you at all levels of understanding and access to technology, but most people can get to a website and read through a policy on there. Now, doing so provides a very useful tool to public bodies as well, because the policy actually permits you to dictate through what channels public records requests can be submitted to your agency. Now, it's really a best practice to have multiple channels of how to submit public records requests, because some people, like I said, have differing levels to access to technology. So as long as you're comfortable with the ways in which you've set up for requests to be submitted, say through an online form or email or snail mail, or even coming into your location, you are increasing the likelihood of the success of a public records request for all different types of people. So, having read your policy, being a knowledgeable public records requester, how can a requester ensure when submitting that request that they will get the records sought? You know, people don't always know what they're looking for. That is not an unfair thing to say. They have a sense of the information they want, but they don't necessarily know specific terms or types of reports or information that exists. And nowadays, unfortunately, a lot of people have mistrust in their government as well. So they tend to file kind of any and all type requests. They're fairly broad, or they can be somewhat ambiguous. And on the public body side, they are facing deadlines and other limitations on their ability to respond to your request, and shouldn't have to figure out what is being sought. If you find yourself on either side of that equation, you should be expecting to make a phone call to the other person. Talking out whatever the uncertainty is about the request, establishing a personal one-to-one relationship can go miles towards clarifying things like cost, timelines, and even likely exemptions to be used. And by doing that, you are creating a more nimble requester who can better adapt to the pros and cons of our public record system and submit a request that is more likely to result in records at lower cost and with faster timing. So really, what needs to go into that public records policy? Well, again, put it where people can see it. Put it on your website. The policy requires that public bodies explain how agencies accept requests and identify the name and address of a person to whom requests may be sent. For larger public bodies, that is frequently the public records officer or a records officer. That's not always the case, and I can assure you, you're going to end up with an angry and frustrated requester if they have to go digging through your website to find the information of how to contact you. Perhaps paramount to this policy requirement is that it has to list the amounts of and the manner in calculating fees. You have to actually show people why you are charging what you are charging. And as a requester, I highly recommend you look for a public body's policy before submitting a request. If you have a good sense of the information you're seeking, then you could actually probably figure out with some reasonable estimation how much in fees you are likely to face, and you could tailor your response accordingly. Here's an example of a public records policy that I really like. It starts out with something I haven't mentioned yet, which is proactive disclosure. This agency has chosen to put online information that it considers to be in the public interest that does not require a request first. Moreover, it centralizes its submissions process for the most part by giving a single phone number, email address, online form, and physical address to which you can send requests, but also contains a link to administrators within each division if you need to tailor your request accordingly based on the records that you are seeking. There's a public records request policy linked here as well, which I know has a very detailed breakdown of how fees are charged, and even more interestingly, contains a flow chart of what public employees have to consider when determining whether or not they're going to offer a fee waiver or reduction. And again, a requester that's capable of getting to this information can see the types of things that will be taken into account and perhaps tailor their request within the confines of their own factual situation to try to meet those requirements for a fee waiver or reduction. And finally, this policy includes a robust frequently asked questions section. And again, as a public employee, a knowledgeable requester means an easier request process for you and for them overall. So, I've mentioned communication. Not a big deal, right? Well, you know what? Sometimes it is. We don't always know how to talk to a person on the other side of an issue, especially when that person is angry or frustrated or only has limited time in which to talk to you due to other work duties. How do you get this conversation started? How do you make it productive? How I like to start this is by talking about a section of the law that hasn't really gained a lot of attention yet, but it was added to the Public Records Law in 2017. It's ORS 192.335, and it says that a public body acting in good faith that discloses a public record in response to a request for public records is not liable for any loss or damages based on that disclosure, unless the public body is affirmatively violating some sort of prohibition, say from a law or from a court order. Why does this matter? What does this have anything to do with communicating? Well, let's go back to the first two principles I discussed earlier on about the fact that we should treat our law as one of disclosure, not confidentiality, and that it doesn't matter why a person is seeking a record. Being freed from those kinds of concerns about who this person is, what they want, how do I have to work hard to withhold information, knowing that you're there to just work with them, to give them the information if possible, and that you cannot be held accountable if you do it in good faith, I think frees up public employees to have meaningful, respectful, productive conversations with requesters. And requesters should know, or I hope know, or maybe come to understand that if they've had these detailed conversations with public employees, that they could earnestly believe that what they're being told is the truth because these employees have this protection. So what do you do then? How do you get this conversation started? Well, if there's any confusion about a request, communicate. And if it's at the beginning, communicate early and often. We all live behind our email nowadays, and that's not a big deal. We get a lot of work done that way. A lot of requests are handled that way. But when in doubt, if you can, pick up the phone. No one can really be face-to-face nowadays under the current circumstances, but talking on the phone still establishes a human creation. And while you're talking to each other and you've developed some sort of rapport, look for creative solutions. For instance, if a large request is being processed and it's going to result in a lot of records and a long time to completion, as those records become available as the public body, you should be sending those to requesters. That shows good faith on your part, and more importantly, requesters, that allows you to start getting solutions to your, or answers to the questions you had when you made the request in the first place. And as you get this information, review it. You might be able to answer your questions in the first few batches, which could either negate the need for the rest of the request, or maybe alter or change your request, but certainly get you information as quickly as possible. Finally, if things do get heated, consider using de-escalation strategies. And that's what we're going to close with today, talking about de-escalation strategies.
Todd, we are at time now. I just want to do a quick wrap up.
Thank you. I need about a minute and I'll be done.
Okay.
Talking about de-escalation strategies is really talking about using your emotional intelligence. Be empathetic and non-judgmental. Remember, the concerns of this person, whether it's the requester or a public employee, are real and important to them. Don't overreact. Stay calm and professional and rational as possible at all times. Pay attention to underlying feelings and acknowledge them. I understand this may be frustrating. You are not giving anything away by saying that. Do not rise to challenges or incitements. Try to keep the conversation focused on the work to solve the problem. Always ask for clarification. It sounds like what you want is, but is it really what you're saying? Trust me, that will be greatly appreciated and let the other person know you are listening. You can apologize too, not for imaginary wrongs, but sincerely. I'm sorry that you had to wait for so long. Again, you're not discrediting your cause or your public body by saying that. And now look, as a New Yorker, this last one's kind of hard for me, but I'm learning how to do it. Wait. Leave time for silence and reflection. Give the person a moment to consider your words. Offer to call back if things get too heated. Well, as you heard, that's my time for today. Thank you all very much. Please do not hesitate to contact the office if you need assistance with individual disputes, to conduct a training, or to do policy review or development. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Todd. So as I said, we will be in touch with DAS and they'll be reaching out to let everyone know what the next steps are. And we really do appreciate your time today.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, everybody. Again, I really do appreciate this opportunity too. Good luck in the process.
Thanks, Todd.
Okay, so we're going to take a couple-minute break and we'll be back here right at 11:30 for our interview with Becky. Hi, Becky. I see that you've joined us. We are still on a couple-minute break here, and we'll go ahead and get started at 11:30. All right, it is 11:30. We're going to go ahead and stick to our schedule here. Becky, are you there with a microphone or calling in?
Yes, I'm here with the microphone.
Oh, great. Welcome. So today we're going to be doing interviews for the public records advocate position. You are on the phone here with the council members. I will have them introduce themselves. But first, we're going to be doing interviews today. Our intention today is to pass along 3 names to the governor at the end of the day today. We'll see if we can get to that. But really, so today we're going to have 7 questions for you. That portion of the interview will last 30 minutes. We're on a little bit of a tight time frame, so I'll be keeping my eye on the clock, and I've asked that candidates do the same. And then the last 10 minutes of your interview will be a presentation. So when we get to that portion, I'll go ahead and make you the presenter, and it will ask you to share your screen, and you can select to share the application itself or your entire screen, and I can help troubleshoot when we get to that point if you have any issues at all. So I'm just going to do a quick roll call here and have each council member introduce themselves. So I'm Stephanie Clark. I am the chair of the Public Records Advisory Council and the state archivist. We have Emily. Emily, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, I'm Emily Harris. I'm a journalist and I've been on the PRAC for about a year.
Do we have Steve? Microphone wasn't working earlier. I think I see him in there though. So Steve is a representative of the press. Scott?
Good morning, Becky. I'm Scott Winkles, and I'm with the League of Oregon Cities.
Mark?
Good morning. My name is Mark Landauer. I'm with the Special Districts Association of Oregon and have been on the PRAC since its inception.
Sharon?
Hi, this is Sharon. I'm supervising attorney with SEIU Local 503.
Do we have Tony on the phone? We did earlier. Michael?
Yeah, Michael Crone from the Oregon Attorney General's office.
And Adam?
And Adam Crawford from the Department of Administrative Services.
All right, so that's who's on the phone with you today. I'm going to launch right into the questions here in the interest of time. So number one, what interests you about this position and how has your background prepared you to meet the responsibilities? Please specifically address your experience in management, advocacy, mediation, public records law, and legislative work.
Thank you. Again, my name's Becky Chow, and I think the public records advocate position would be a great opportunity for me to continue my career in public service. I've been lucky to have a full and meaningful career so far. I still have about 10 years at least before I can retire, so I'm open to new challenges, and this seems like a great one. My background is 6 years as a staff attorney at the National Immigration Law Center in Los Angeles, where I was an advocate for low-income immigrants. And I did a lot of training and advocacy work around the country, and was also providing on-call advice that's similar to what the Public Records Advocate Office provides in its services. I then spent 7 years as a full-time mother. I volunteered with numerous legal offices and community agencies, and that's something I continue to do. I've been on a number of executive boards managing nonprofit staff and creating budgets and strategic plans. The bulk of my career, I don't know if those of you in public service find it easy to find yourself almost at 20 years in a job, has been with the city of Portland. I started out as the deputy ombudsman, forming a new office that has very similar kind of status as the public records advocate in the city of Portland, where we were advocates for good government and we took complaints from the public without any real enforcement authority to force city bureaus or city commissioners to do what we said. We used the power of making things public to encourage government to improve in the ways we wanted. I was there for a short time, but instrumental in setting up the office. The two main accomplishments there were changing policies regarding fines on derelict buildings and water bureau billing practices that were found to be unfair for low-income bill payers. I moved on from there to risk management, where I've been in the position of civil rights claims analyst for almost 15 years, I think 16 years. And our job in risk management is to manage the financial risk of claims against the city. My specialty is handling all of the employment discrimination claims. And I also handle a lot of police civil rights claims, as well as just regular tort, bodily injury, and property damage claims. We manage insurance budgets and litigation plans and work with the community also to help to resolve their complaints short of litigation when possible. I've been an advocate for, as I said, low-income immigrants, for good government in the Ombudsman's office. And in my current role, I advocate for fair and reasonable settlements of claims. I have experience in alternative dispute resolution and mediation in the Ombudsman's office. That was something we provided to people, sort of acted as a mediator between the public and city bureaus. I had specific training at that time in mediation. Since then, at the in risk management, I've participated in mediation as a party to the mediation. I've worked with a lot of mediators and judges in judicial settlement conferences, and I know what works and what doesn't work. While it's not formal mediation, my role also is to try to resolve conflicts between claimants, is what we call them, or their attorneys before there's litigation. So very similar to the role of the public records advocate, risk management is kind of a administrative opportunity, a stop for people on their way to suing, to see if we can resolve their matter beforehand. So I'm very experienced in that kind of work. I think we're in a really intense time, and so just thinking this morning about all of the changes that have occurred because of the publicity, again, because the public could see the video of what happened to George Floyd in Minneapolis, we can really see the impact of releasing information to the public. And just the importance of this role has struck me so much this week. It's made me even more, I think it's just a great example of how public awareness of what government officials are doing can really drive changes in public policy.
Great, thank you. Mark, question 2.
Thank you. Becky, what do you believe is the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law?
I think the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law is to further the public interest by requiring public access to governmental records. I looked to the Jordan versus the MVD case and learned that the right to review public records in Oregon goes back to 1862. That's something that I didn't know. The laws have changed since 1862, but they've basically had the same goal. The statute and case law indicate an intent to favor disclosure of public records and a preference for a policy of governmental openness. That's a quote from the Jordan case. I think in Oregon, there's also a belief that the public interest will best be served by giving the public records law a broad construction favoring disclosure, and that's from another case. So for me, I looked to the law to find its intent and find that the intent is to favor disclosure of records wherever possible in order to further the public interest.
All right, Emily?
Yeah, hi. In your opinion, what's the greatest impediment to improving access to public records? And what are some ideas that you have to improve access to public records in Oregon?
Thanks. Well, I think there's a few impediments that the next public records advocate will face. Just kind of generally a lack of awareness and understanding of public records laws. And I think, fully on the horizon, if not already here, there's going to be a lack of resources for government responders with budget cuts coming up. But I think the greatest impediment, I'd guess from the history of the office, is just the pressure to keep records hidden by the various governmental agencies. And I understand that the desire of the governmental officials to keep things hidden. I mean, working in risk management on litigation, it's something that comes up all the time of, what are bad facts or what are problematic things that are going to hurt our case. So there's a desire to avoid scandal, embarrassment, and financial loss. So those are, I don't want to diminish those interests, but again, because the law favors broad disclosure, that's the impediment to the feeling of fear of disclosure, I think, is the greatest impediment. And I think the things that government is sort of afraid of releasing and wants to hide are usually a sign of what exactly needs to be disclosed. I think we could use the Public Records Advocate Office to point out to people that if there's something they're hesitant about making public, that's probably something they should put more attention to in the future and pay attention to why something is controversial. Just the ideas I have in terms of facing the impediments that we're in at this point right now, there's a lot of momentum in favor of government transparency that's going around, especially in terms of police. We saw that just yesterday, the New York legislature overturned their 50A bill or what law that prohibited release of police personnel records, and that got overturned yesterday. So there's a lot of momentum right now. I think the office should keep hold of that and keep going. And then just in general for the other, just making, providing more awareness and helping the public bodies when they don't have enough resources, I would, my focus would be on the efficient and good use of technology for records retention and production, and to try to create networks of government employees around the state who have similar challenges and help them to share their work and improve with collaboration with each other.
All right, Michael, you ready for number 4?
Yeah. Please describe your understanding of diversity/equity and how that might apply to providing assistance and preparing presentations.
Okay. Well, so to me, diversity is the changes in society that we've been seeing in the past 50 years. We've gone from a time when professions such as, the legal profession were nearly all white men to now a time where we see women outnumber men in law schools. In the state of Oregon, we're seeing demographic changes so that while we are still a predominantly white state, the public school population of children is growing, is becoming increasingly diverse. So it's something that's happening already, and I think the future of Oregon is going to be very more diverse than it has been in the past. To me, equity is a concept for evaluating programs such as government services. It's a way of looking at disparate outcomes rather than disparate treatment. It's the idea that it's not necessarily fair to treat everyone the same when everyone comes with different experiences and needs. The city of Portland has focused its equity initiatives on race and disability, but I think in general it's just a different way of evaluating government services. I mean, I think it's other services as well, but that's where I've applied it to, that tries to understand why have civil rights laws been in effect since the 60s and still we have the same problem. So it's a new way of looking at the way we provide government services. I have lived experience as a biracial woman, the daughter of an immigrant, as well as professional experience advocating for immigrants living in Los Angeles and New York, and training on those issues, studying the issues of inclusion and anti-discrimination laws. Again, as I said, in the city of Portland, where I led a bureau equity plan, I've been a trainer, I've been on all the committees that exist. I'm currently on the steering committee of our employee empowerment group. But the focus that I've seen that I probably would bring with me to the job is a focus on ADA issues and language access. A lot of the claimants that come to risk management right now, or not a lot, but many, they seem to be assigned to me, are people with mental illnesses, and they present certain challenges to providing them access to government services. And I don't think we do much in terms of language access, but I know, just looking around, that in the future we'll need to be able to provide government services in more languages than just English. Sign language, ADA, accessibility are big issues that I think need to be addressed.
All right, Sharon, do you have number 5?
Hi, yes. Please describe a specific experience assisting a client or customer that could be perceived as confrontational. What tools did you use to de-escalate and resolve the situation?
Well, so this question was kind of difficult for me to choose an example, because right now, everyone who makes a claim against the city is basically declaring an intent to sue and is feeling somewhat confrontational. But I think I have one particular person in mind, but kind of a category of people that I have found to be most difficult to work with are non-attorneys, sort of pro se people who are trying to advance complex legal theories. I find that there's sort of people who are trying to advocate for themselves, and they've read an article or they've talked to their friends and they're certain that they have a valid claim, but it doesn't necessarily match up to my understanding of the law in that area. And that can be a difficult situation that I found myself in several times. The first thing I try to do to de-escalate is to realize that the interaction is not personal to me, but even though the person might be swearing at me, insulting me, kind of threatening me, which has happened, but my first step is to realize it's not me, it's my position, and I'm lucky to hold the position as a representative of the government. And so I try not to take that kind of anger personally. My second step that I use is to demonstrate that I hear the person and I understand why they're upset. So there's kind of that providing verbal feedback. Someone will tell me, I know that my constitutional rights were violated and blah, blah, and there's a step of just affirming what they're saying without agreeing. So I will try to say, I understand that you feel your rights are violated, and kind of give them some acknowledgement. The third step I use is that I will try to clearly define what I can and can't do to help them. So it's like, I understand that that's what you think, from my position, here's what I can do to help you. And then I try to point to other resources. A lot of times in my particular job, people who are angry that I'm disagreeing with them about their claim will say, I'm going to call a lawyer and I'm going to sue you. And I often will say, I think you might be helped if you can talk to a lawyer about this. And so pointing them to whatever resources I, will give people information about as much as I can. Although I'm not their advocate, I'm not there to help them. I'm basically on the other side, but I still try to be as open and helpful as I can, and that can help to de-escalate a situation. And I guess my fourth fourth thing is just keeping a sense of humor. My job is basically responding to conflicts, responding to demands, and I wouldn't have been able to be in the job for so long if I wasn't able to, maintain a certain sense of amusement. As we, just yesterday we got 7 new lawsuits about the protests in Portland. So it's important issues, but I have to just understand my specific role in the whole big picture and try to do the best I can.
All right, thank you, Becky. So our last main question for you, what 3 words would your colleagues use to describe you?
Well, so I took a little poll and I had to kind of combine different answers, but what I came up with is caring, intelligent, and creative. And in terms of being a caring person, I do think I think about people first, try to see the humanity in everyone. I try to be helpful and collaborative with people, no matter what side of an issue they're on. I'm intelligent. I think that's kind of, that's what people describe me as. I think I'm dedicated to sort of following the law and to accurately and correctly analyze the facts of a situation and apply the law. I think my intelligence is a kind of broad, quick type of intelligence. I'm not like a focus on one thing, detailed person, but I like a job in a situation where lots of things are coming at me all the time, and I thrive in that kind of environment. And they've described me as creative. The example I could have about my creativity is that during this quarantine period, I guess, someone had a puzzle that, jigsaw puzzle that someone had custom made for them. It was one of my friends, and she couldn't put it together. So she mailed it to me and asked me to put it together for her. And I saw that my ability to have a bunch of little pieces scattered all around and put them all together is part of my creativity.
All right, thank you so much, Becky. Do you have any questions for us today? I
do. The first question I have is, whether there are, specific 3-month, 6-month, 1-year goals for the new public records advocate from the board, the commission, the council, right?
Council. Does anyone want to take that one?
Hi, it's Emily Harris. One thing that that I know is a priority for us is to move back through the legislature a proposed amendment to the law that would change the reporting structure of the public records advocate. It almost made it through the session this year, but then when the climate bill got caught up in the legislature didn't get all the way through. So that is one priority that I'm sure we'd like the advocate to take a role in.
Well, so that reminds me that I did leave out that part in question number 1, that my background in legislative work. I would say I'm a bit of a political junkie, but my focus has been on city hall politics. I have some awareness of what happens in Salem and follow big issues. I have analyzed bills related to risk management and employment law for our government relations office at the National Immigration Law Center. We did advocacy mostly in the state of California, and nationally to promote immigrants' rights now there's a whole office of lobbyists for the National Immigration Law Center, but we did some of that. I mainly, when I was there, the focus was on healthcare for immigrants. And in terms of my ideas of how to work in that area, when I was talking about using the momentum of this present moment, I think in terms of making legislative change, the key is to identify the champions, the allies in the legislature, and work with them. Sorry, so I just kind of added on from your question, but another question I had is how the council sees the percentage of time and effort for the major area, the functional areas for the public records advocate. There's training, advice, the ADR mediation, legislative advocacy, and then board work. Is it like, is there a main focus? Is it all equally weighted? Do you have an idea about that?
I'll take that one. This is Stephanie.
Okay.
So from what I can tell, working with the former advocate and the current acting advocate, it's all it's going to be seasonal. So their backbone of their work really is going to be providing advice and assistance and working through that kind of informal mediation. I do not believe they've had a ton of formal mediation sessions where they've had to sit down, with both parties all together. Right. I think it's been handled in an informal way mostly. And then obviously, as we get closer to the next session, that work is going to pick up. Just in my own work, helping them and working with them on trainings to different professional associations, that's also seasonal. So I think right now we would typically be in the heart of conference season for all of our professional associations around Oregon. That clearly is not happening, but I would expect that organizations would start to figure out how to do that remotely. So yeah, I guess I would say each body of work picks up and falls off depending on what time of year we're in and whether it's a year with a session, a long session or a short session.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
and I have one more question. It's kind of an aside, but if I can, I listened to the recording of the hearing of your last meeting, and I wondered if you resolved the issue of whether you can do forced ranking for the interviewed people or if you have to score by points. And the reason I'm asking is because I do have a theory about why one or the other has been preferred.
We are going with forced ranking. You're welcome to provide thoughts, but it is pretty much all already been decided. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I won't tell you what my thought is.
Okay. You can email me if you want to.
That's all right. That was just kind of yeah. Okay. So I think that's all my questions.
Okay, great. Well, what I'm going to do is go ahead and make you the presenter. Okay, and hopefully you will be prompted to share your screen or an application.
Okay, let me see if I can I see the, oh, okay. Okay. I'm going to try the application and we'll see. Oops.
We can see it.
Okay. Now I wanted to have it be on the different view.
Looks good.
Okay, great. Okay, so it's already started. Hello, my name is Becky Chow, and I'm here today on behalf of the Oregon Public Records Advocate to give you a very quick and abbreviated introduction. Now, are you seeing? Okay, you're good.
We can see it. Yep.
Okay. I'm giving you a quick and abbreviated introduction to making and receiving requests under Oregon Public Records laws. My professional background is as an immigrants' rights advocate and working for city government. I'm aware that you, the members of this particular audience, have more knowledge and understanding of today's topic than I do, so please bear with me. Normally, I would include audience participation in a training, but because of the limited time and format here today, I haven't included any exercises and won't ask for questions. This is an overview of my presentation. I'm going to explain the public's right to review records in Oregon, who the law applies to by defining what is a public body and who can make a request, how to make a public records request, what are the responsibilities for government responders under the public records law, and finally, some resources for further learning. The public's right to inspect records is proclaimed by Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 192. If we look at ORS 192.314.1, we see that the law encourages transparency with a broad statement, giving every person the right to inspect any public record. Except, here's the catch, there's a long list of records that are called conditionally exempt, such as litigation records, trade secrets, and criminal investigation records, and another long list of records that are called exempt, including internal advisory communications and records that contain personal medical information. There are confidentiality and privilege rules limiting the release of public records in other places as well. You may have seen documents with portions blacked out or whited out. That is called being redacted. Public bodies are required to separate exempt and non-exempt information from records by redacting exempt information before releasing records. Figuring out whether particular information has to be disclosed can be complicated. The good news for transparency or sunshine advocates is that even though there's a long list of conditional exemptions and exemptions, virtually all records can be disclosed upon a showing that release of the information would be in the public interest. There is no exemption for saving public bodies from embarrassment. Many of us in government have heard the rule about not writing down something you would not like to see on the front page of the morning paper. The statutory definition of a public record is found at Oregon Revised Statutes 192.0055A. A public record is any information that is prepared, owned, used, or retained by a state agency or political subdivision. It relates to an activity, transaction, or function of a state agency or political subdivision and is necessary to satisfy the fiscal, legal, administrative, or historical policies, requirements, or needs of the state agency or political subdivision. Basically, all records used in the course of government business, with some exceptions found at ORS 192.0055B. The information can be in any form: paper, photographs, audio and video recordings, electronic data existing on servers and on the web, such as emails, social media posts, databases, and metadata. Spoken words and voicemails do not have to be preserved in written or recorded form, but if they are, transcripts, audio, and video recordings are records that can be requested. The definition of public record does not include any records that do not relate to the conduct of the public's business and that is contained on a public employee's privately owned computer. Who does the law apply to? The law defines public bodies broadly as every state officer, agency, department, division, bureau, board, or commission, every county and city governing body, school district, special district, municipal corporation, and any board, department, commission, council, or agency thereof, and, just to make sure everything's included, any other public agency of the state. Covers the major state agencies, all counties and cities, and even private entities that are the functional equivalent of a public body. Who can request a public record is also defined in Chapter 192 broadly as any natural person, corporation, partnership, firm, association, or member or committee of the Legislative Assembly. This includes non-residents of the state and non-citizens. Interestingly, a public body cannot use the law to make a request to another public body, and public officials other than state legislators cannot make public records requests in their official capacity. Now, this is for the public, how to make a request. First, figure out who has the records you are looking for. Figuring out which public agency or department has the records you are looking for can be difficult. The State of Oregon Blue Book contains information about all state agencies, but finding information about which public body has jurisdiction over your particular records can take some time. While public agencies are encouraged to forward misdirected requests, you will get better results if you send your request to the right place from the start. Number 2 on the list, make a specific written request following any instructions provided by the public body. A request can be formal or informal. You can ask for copies of the records or to view them in person. But to trigger the government's obligation to respond, a public records request must be in writing. The more tailored and specific a request is, the better chance you have of receiving your records quickly with lower fees. The public body may ask you to follow its own specific procedures and clarify or narrow your request if they are having a hard time responding. Next, you can ask for a fee waiver if you qualify. The law allows public bodies to charge fees that recoup the cost of responding to public records requests. Fee waivers are generally granted for requests from the media and other individuals who can show that the information is valuable to the public at large. Follow up if there's a delay or denial. The Public Records Advocates Dispute Resolution or Mediation Services can help when the release of records is delayed or denied. State agencies are required to participate in the dispute resolution process. The Public Records Advocate does not have the power to decide whether records should be released, however. That power is given to the Attorney General, local district attorneys, and the courts. The law provides for a review of a delay or denial of a request by the State Attorney General for requests made to state offices and agencies, by district attorneys for local bodies, and directly to the courts for requests to elected officials and to appeal Attorney General and district attorney decisions. If you win in court, the public body will have to pay your attorney's fees, which can be substantial. Government responder responsibilities. This is the final stretch. This slide could be its own entire training. First, create and publicize a public records policy that clearly explains your process for accepting requests, identifies where and to whom requests should be made, and lists the amounts and manner of calculating fees. Your fee policy must be reasonable and calculated only to recoup the actual costs of releasing records. The State Department of Administrative Services has a proposed statewide policy for public records fees that you can use. Advance notice and requester authorization of fees estimated to be over $25 is required. Requiring advance payment is allowed but discouraged. The law requires public bodies to respond to public records requests as soon as practicable without unreasonable delay. There are other specific requirements and deadlines in the statute as well. Acknowledge receipt of requests in 5 days. Provide records in 15 days if practicable. Provide an estimated completion date if not. Staff shortages, the need to provide other necessary governmental services, and the volume of requests can be reasons why complying with the timelines is impracticable. Next, you review requests for exemptions and fee waivers if they apply. There is always a presumption in favor of disclosure of public records, but determining whether exemptions and fee waivers apply can be complex, and our office can provide assistance, as can attorneys working for your agency. Making these determinations under the Oregon Public Records Law requires a balancing of the exemptions and fee schedules with the public benefit of releasing the information, as well as compliance with additional legal requirements regarding privilege and confidentiality. Finally, release records or respond with a denial informing the requester of appeal rights once you've made your determination. To ease the burden of responding to public records, consider making non-exempt public records available online, including frequently sought out records and responses to prior records requests. Here are some links to resources I found useful in preparing this presentation. ORS Chapter 192, the Attorney General's Public Records and Meeting Manual, the Attorney General's list of public records exemptions, the State of Oregon Blue Book, and the Oregon Public Records Advocate website. I hope this was just an introduction to the complex world of public records requests in Oregon. The Public Records Advocate is here to provide assistance to both members of the public and government employees to improve the public records process and help resolve conflicts. I hope this has been informative and that you will make use of our services. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Becky. So just following up, we're going to be finishing up our interviews today, and hopefully we'll be passing 3 names along to the governor's office. You should be hearing from the DAS HR analyst hopefully this week to let you know what the status is.
Well, thank you all so much for your time. I know that being on these hiring panels is really exhausting, so I appreciate your attention.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
exit the
Thank you.
meeting. Okay, all right. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye.
I can figure out how to close.
Okay, so we are going to have a lunch break now. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock and we'll be speaking with Brian. Does anyone have questions for me before we take a lunch break? No? Okay, well, I'll probably be back 5 or 10 minutes before just to make sure everything's up and running, but I'm going to pause recording and take a lunch. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Stephanie.
All right, this is Stephanie. We're going to go ahead and get started. It's 1 o'clock. I hope you all enjoyed your break. We do have Brian on the line. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you.
So today we are doing the interviews for the public records advocate position. The interviews, like I said, are today, but our intention is to get to the point at the end of the day where we're able to pass along 3 names to the governor for her consideration. She will do her own interview process and appoint from those 3 names. So today for the interviews, we have kind of a 2-part process here. The first 30 minutes, we're going to be asking you 7 questions. And then I'll go ahead and make you the presenter in the software if you do have slides to share with us. And that will be for the presentation portion of the interview today. So
sounds good.
Great. So what I'll do first, so I'm Stephanie Clark. I'm the chair of the Public Records Advisory Council and the State Archivist. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick roll call and let the council members that are present on the phone today introduce themselves. Do we have Emily?
Yeah, hi, I'm Emily Harris. I'm a journalist and I've been on the PREC about a year.
Do we have Scott?
Hello, I'm Scott Winkles and I'm with the League of Oregon Cities.
Do we have Steve?
Hi, Steve Suo. I'm a journalist, formerly with the Oregonian, now with USA Today, and been with the PREC for whatever, 2 years now.
Do we have Mark?
Mark is on the line. I'm Mark Landauer with the Special Districts Association of Oregon and have been on the PRAC since its inception.
Sharon, are you there? Not sure if Sharon is back. We will move along to Michael.
Yeah, Michael Crone with the Oregon Attorney General's office.
And Adam.
And Adam Crawford from the Department of Administrative Services.
And I see that Sharon has joined us. Sharon, could you introduce yourself? Let's see. Sharon joined us, but I don't think her microphone is working. So Sharon is representing SEIU. And without further ado, I'm going to launch right into the questions. So our first question for you today, Brian, what interests you about this position? And how has your background prepared you to meet the responsibilities? Please specifically address your experience in management, advocacy, mediation, public records law, and legislative work.
All right, so I love this question because it gives me a chance to tell one of my favorite stories, which is about how public records really became, I would say, the deep and abiding love of my life. This is something that I've been working on since undergraduate, on my undergraduate days, working for my college newspaper. I had gone there hoping to be a music writer, actually, and just basically to get, free Green Day tickets. Was about as noble as my intentions were there. But they told me before I could do that, they had to give me some other assignments to prove my writing skills. They sent me out to just write a police blotter of all the activity that had happened at the University Police Department over winter break. And they sent me out to go just request records. They have a log at the police department. Just go take a look at the log, pick out the interesting calls, and write up a little blurb about each of them. So I went to do that, not knowing anything about public records law or about reporting or anything like that. And I, did what they said. I picked out the incidents. They told me to come back and pick up my records the next day. And when I did that, they told me, here is your stack of records. We gave you all of them except this last one. And I started poking around, trying to figure out what's going on. They gave me a bunch of reasons why they couldn't turn it over. Primarily to protect the privacy of the victim was what they said. And they told me if I wanted to get the record, they weren't going to argue about it with me, and they sent me to go talk to the university's lawyers. Before I went for that meeting, a couple days later, I realized I had no idea what I was talking about, or what the law meant, or what it required, or what rights I had. And I pulled an all-nighter, skipped all my schoolwork, and just stayed up on the Ohio Supreme Court's website, reading every public records law decision I could find, to sort of arm myself going into that meeting. And that general counsel gave me a shockingly large amount of time to sit and have this debate, and eventually ended up getting on the phone to the Attorney General's office, and they told him, yeah, this record has to go out. It's a public record. We've got decisions making this really clear. And so eventually I finally got that record that I wanted. It turned out that it was a report of a student who was walking through a building early one morning on the way to softball practice, and spotted a police officer engaged in a solitary sexual act in the corner of a classroom. And we quickly realized why this record was actually being withheld. But that whole project, digging into that law, I spent so much time on it, and just everything about this area of the law spoke to me. And it really sort of shifted my focus. I abandoned that music writing idea and went into hard news. And that's where I've spent the first half of my career, working on that sort of thing, and especially in developing and promoting public records law in particular. So the first newspaper I went to out of college, I sort of made myself the informal trainer to everybody in the newsroom, all the reporters, on how to use the law that we had. I went to my next newspaper and did the same thing. And when I went to work for tax analysts out in DC, it was basically the same thing. I was going to be an editor there, but I had the same opportunity to train my reporters exactly on what this law is, how it works, and also broaden it out, because now I was at a national magazine. We were doing projects looking at transparency in tax law across the country, the types of records that you can get, the way certain states sort of develop secret bodies of law, and the way we can get access to them and things like that. So I've been focused on trying to work through those processes, understand those laws, train people on how to use them for pretty much the entirety of I did do that for the entirety of my journalistic career. And then when I switched over to law, it was for precisely this reason, to pursue public records law more specifically. And so that's what I've sort of focused my attention on. Everybody told me in law school that, the job I want really does not exist. I was really lucky, though, to end up at a firm that does, in fact, quite a lot of this stuff. And so I became sort of the point person on, training paralegals how to process these requests, training other lawyers on what to ask, buzzwords, keywords, jargon and stuff to include or pull out to maximize the results and things like that. We do a lot of mediation through the Ohio Supreme Court. When you go there for a public records request, they kick almost everything, as do most of the courts, immediately to mediation, which is usually successful. And so I've been responsible for a lot of that work as well. So this is, to the extent they said my dream job did not exist, I got very close with the job I'm at right now. But I would say that this job that I'm interviewing for today is maybe, in fact, exactly that dream job. So that's where I'm coming from.
All right, great. Thank you, Brian. Mark, next question.
Brian, what do you believe is the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law?
Yeah, questions like these, I think you can't really answer unless you think about placing these events in time. And so, we had half of the states in our country, they enacted their public records laws back in the 50s or so. I think Florida was the one that really kicked off that movement. But half of the country was still left without any meaningful public records laws or open meetings laws or things like that. But then we had this second wave in the 1970s, and that was where Oregon came in. And so you want to think about what's going on then. You have the Vietnam War and the Pentagon Papers getting leaked. You have Watergate and the Nixon tapes. You have a lot of big state level scandals around there at the same time. You had I think it's called Sharpsburg, was this big scandal in Texas that cost virtually every statewide official their job back then. And so back then, it was becoming really clear to the public, I think, that without access to records, we only know what the government tells us, and the government is like most people in that it doesn't really publicize what it's failing at. So Oregon's public records law, I think, is it's unique in a lot of ways, especially since its most recent updates. But it's also just, I think, one more expression of that national consensus we found back then. That democracy requires voters, that voters in turn require reliable information, and reliable information requires access to records and meetings. And if we don't have that level of transparency, at a minimum, I would say, then our entire democratic experiment falls apart. If I can really get on my high horse.
All right, thank you. Emily, question number 3.
Yeah, thanks. In your opinion, Brian, what's the greatest impediment to improving access to public records? And what are some ideas you have to improve access to public records in Oregon?
Okay, so let me take those in turn. So the first part of that question, that was the the question underlying my undergraduate thesis. Back then I took all the raw data from the Ohio Coalition for Open Government had done a statewide audit of public records compliance, and they gave me access to all of their raw data, and I took it and sliced and diced it and compared it to all sorts of statistics about the cities and counties and other agencies that were subjects of the audit. So I was expecting to find that their compliance with these requests was linked to their staffing levels or their budget constraints, or whether they've been sued before, or how sensitive the records are that are being requested. It turned out, though, that for the most part, none of that was true. All of my hypotheses were basically incorrect. Cities with bigger per capita budgets were actually a lot worse at complying with public record requests than small towns, and even small towns with proportionally smaller budgets. The sensitivity of the records in question didn't have much to do with anything. Police records were roughly as likely to be denied access to as just city council minutes or something like that. And I've seen a lot of research since then looking at other angles of this problem, and some people identify the toothlessness, the lack of penalties in some of these laws as one of the big barriers, or the existence of small classes of requests or requesters that sort of slow things down for everyone else, inefficiencies in the way that people process requests. But what I've started the conclusion that I've started to reach over the last couple of years has been that all of this research, including what I was doing before, is missing a bigger problem, which is that we're in it's 2020 now, but our idea of access to records is still premised on these 1970s and 1950s era thinking that the way to give transparency is to wait for citizens to come to government and ask for permission to see the records. But we're at the point now, technologically speaking, where the vast majority of government business is done digitally. It's done by people who are perpetually connected to the internet, and by people who, for the most part, are doing work that doesn't really have much confidential information. And so I think at this point, if we really want to reimagine things, to create the most transparent governments we can, we need to start imagining systems where government work gets pushed online automatically, where transparency is measured not really by how many requests you've granted, which is the metric that I think a lot of people use these days, especially at the federal level, and instead, the amount of information that the way to measure it should be the amount of information that you're releasing without even having to be asked in the first place. The second question I thought was going to be the easiest question on this list. I was really excited when I saw it because I've been jotting down ideas for improving Ohio's Public Records Act for 20 years now on scraps of paper, on napkins, whatever is around when one of these ideas pops into my head. So I went looking at the Oregon Public Records Law to sort of pull out statutes and provisions to call out as specific problems, but I was really very surprised to see that Oregon is way ahead of Ohio, at least, and that you guys have really implemented quite a lot of the ideas that I've been playing around with for a long time. That said, there are still a few things that I think could be tweaked to improve on. One of the provisions that Ohio has is that if an agency is going to deny a request because it's overbroad or because it's vague and they don't know really what's being requested, the agency can't do that unless they also, from there, basically explain to the requester how they sort their records, how they organize them, what they have, and basically start guiding the requester into a request that can actually be fulfilled. And that's sort of an idea that runs through the entire Ohio public records law and a lot of the case law that's been developing around it lately, is that this should be a more interactive process. It shouldn't be, I'd like a request or I'd like a record, and the answer is just yes or no. They want, the courts want people going back and forth, figuring out a request that is not too burdensome, but also gets the requester what they want and that can be produced in a reasonable amount of time. So I think that having a provision like that, which I didn't see in the public records law, codifying that, I think could really be a big help, and has definitely been a huge help for me as a person who is, requesting records on a near daily basis. Another thing is, I think, having a little bit more bite to the law. This idea of toothlessness that I mentioned before. You want to incentivize people to, really bring agencies into compliance when they refuse to be, which is, I think most agencies, in my experience, are trying to get stuff done the right way. But there are definitely some that, don't want to put out everything that they can. And I think that $200, I think was the fine or whatever when records are ordered released doesn't really get a lot done. In Ohio, it's $100 a day after you file your lawsuit for each day that compliance is not reached. It's capped at $1,000 though, so it doesn't turn into a budget breaker. But I think you want something more than what you have there. And I think a greater assurance that people are going to recover attorney's fees. In Ohio, at least, we have, I think, similarly, it's really uncertain going in whether you can count on recovering fees in a public records action, and that means that these requests don't usually get filed because the people who are looking for records, whether it's journalists or civic groups or things like that, just don't have the money to litigate these things. And so having some greater assurance that if there's a meritorious case, that there's going to be some kind of recovery, I think that can help things. One area where Oregon's law is also much narrower than Ohio's is in access to police records. I was surprised by that. It looks like there's very little that's available under the Oregon law. Ohio has a very limited class. It has 5 small categories of records, of law enforcement records, that it deems confidential. And I think that something that gives people greater access to that, especially right now when this is an issue that so many people are focused on, is police accountability. That might be one area where a lot of good could be done from a relatively small tweak. So, and if you want more, I could go on all day, but you might want to move on to the next question.
Sure, thank you. Michael, question number 4.
Yeah, thanks. Could you please describe for us your understanding of diversity/equity and how that might apply to providing assistance and preparing presentations?
Yeah, so these are words that I think everybody comes at a little bit differently, but to me, diversity means going out of your way to ensure that you're surrounded by people who have different backgrounds and different experiences and different ideas than you do, so that you and they and everyone else can sort of achieve better results for everyone. And equity, I think of as a way of recognizing the value that you get from that diversity. The idea that we should all be doing whatever we can to make sure that the people whose diversity is enriching our experiences, whether it's our life or our social experiences or our work, ensuring that all of them have meaningful access to the same services and opportunities that we do, regardless of whatever circumstances or background they might have. This is, I think, the moment that we're in right now nationally seems like a time when equity should really be at the forefront of the public records advocate's mind. We have this massive nationwide movement building around the idea that we don't have enough accountability for law enforcement or for our justice system more generally. And so we need to ask, who are the people who are most affected by these problems? And I know that the position is vacant right now, but if it weren't, I'd be asking, is the advocate making affirmative efforts to reach out to the people who are most affected by these issues? Is the advocate volunteering the office's services and training those people to use the levers of government to make their voices heard? Because what we can see is that when people feel like their voices are not being heard, that they don't have any way to interact with the government or affect change or understand what's going on or why decisions are happening the way they are, you get really, truly horrible results. And it tends to just fester and simmer for a while, but eventually reaches a boiling point. And, I think a public records advocate is in a really interesting and unique position to sort of help avoid those types of problems. And so, I think the same idea should inform the way the advocate is running trainings and the dispute resolution. Are the discussions and explanations of the law tailored to the audience and their specific concerns? Because you can't, I wouldn't, if I were doing training, I wouldn't want to be giving the same presentation to a group of district attorneys that I would to a group made up of people who haven't had the benefit of that same kind of education. So I think the advocate should be thinking about those types of things and really working to actively bring more people into the process and into the understanding of how to use these laws. The advocate should be tailoring the office's work, similarly to ensure that it's providing meaningful guidance to anyone it contacts and to anybody who would benefit from that contact.
Great, thank you. Question number 5, Sharon.
Hi, please describe a specific experience assisting a client or customer that could be perceived as confrontational. What tools did you use to de-escalate and resolve the situation?
All right, so the city that I live in, Lakewood, Ohio, we have a public records commission, and I've been on it for the last, 5 years or so. And so I've had a lot of contact with, the people who are responsible for fulfilling these requests, and I have a pretty good perspective on where they're coming from. And also through, my other work, I have a very intimate understanding of what it's like to be on that requester side as well. In Lakewood, we had a really big controversy where we have a publicly owned hospital. It's publicly owned, privately operated. And a few years ago, during public meetings that most people don't go to, of our Lakewood Hospital Board, the city's officials basically decided to sell that publicly owned hospital and allow the company, and basically destroy it and have it replaced with something totally different. And this caused a huge debate in our city where just, I think the people who were involved in it, and I know a lot of them personally, I think that they were trying to get the best deal that they could as they negotiated with the various stakeholders in this decision. But the fact that they weren't more open about the fact that it was going on really set off a lot of people. And so it turned into this big public debate where it basically drove the entire debate in the next city council election, where almost every incumbent got wiped out. And in the next city council election, where they did the same thing, in the next mayoral election, it was the subject of two separate. It was the subject of a ballot referendum the next year, and then a separate initiative the year after that. People were really just outraged by this, and I ended up, encountering one of the guys who was spending a lot of time. He was flooding the city with public record requests, and a lot of them were huge, like 86-part requests for every record related to this hospital. And these people were angry. They were, and I think justifiably angry. I told one of my friends who's on council that, I think you guys botched it in terms of the way you rolled this out, regardless of the substance. And so, I can sit there and talk to this guy who came to me with these issues, with these records, and come at it from both sides. And what's very clear, especially when you have requesters like that, is that they are looking to make right this problem that they felt like they were not heard when these decisions were being made. And I think that as a mediator, that's an especially important thing to bring to the table. And so this guy who came to me, I spent a lot of time asking him questions, letting him answer, and a lot of those answers were longer than I think they needed to be. But in that position that you're in, I think it's important to take that time and let that person be heard, because until they think they've been heard, they're never going to trust you to reach the right outcome, because they think you're ignoring the problem. And so, I think listening is that first most important tool to sort of bring down the temperature and get everybody to a point where they're in a mind not to revisit their grievances, but to find a solution and move forward. So you listen, you acknowledge the things that they're saying, and like I said, I'm coming from a perspective where I totally get the idea that these records, that this information should have been brought to us. And so you go through those processes throughout a mediation or any kind of dispute. And I'm trying to explain to this guy that, yeah, I get where you're coming from, that you are right to feel that way. And once we get on to moving forward, it's a question of clarifying what this guy is looking for, of clarifying exactly what he really needs and what is the most important to him. Encouraging him or the other people responsible for fulfilling the request, to do what they can, encouraging them to make progress. Focusing on the solutions as they come up, and really calling them to each party's attention is a huge thing. Getting them to acknowledge that progress is being made, I think helps to keep people at the table and negotiating and working together. And also just asking everybody to sit in each other's shoes for a second. What do you think this person should have done? How did you expect him to request when you sent this 14-page list of records? Where did how long did you think this was going to take? How much time do you think it takes to find these records, to review them, to redact them, and to get them out? And when you start getting people, collaborating a little bit more and thinking about where everyone's coming from, I think that's really how you can turn down the temperature and move from heat to light, as I like to say.
All right, thank you, Brian. So the next question we have for you: what 3 words would your colleagues use to describe you?
The first one is one that my mother really instilled in me to strive for all the time, which is reasonable. I try to be able to look at what's actually going on and think about focusing on solutions to problems that come up, and expecting people to do good work, but not expecting anyone to be a superhero, and finding ways to keep everybody and everything running smoothly. One of my favorite compliments that I got in my current job, shortly after I arrived, my one of the partners at my firm described me as hyper competent, which I think was not really meant to say that I am necessarily the smartest person in the room on any given day, but that I am a person who is going to sit down and figure out what needs to be done. And I'm a person who knows how to find solutions to problems, even if I don't know what it is coming in. And so if you stick me at a computer or anywhere else with a problem, I'm going to figure out what the way is to get it resolved, rather than identifying problems as intractable or things like that. The other word I think is the other thing to focus on is leadership. Everywhere I've gone, my bosses have sort of always identified me as a person in that position who, for whatever reason, and sometimes for better or for worse, I feel like people sort of look to me as a leader and somebody who can advocate for them when they need that, somebody who can identify a way forward for them, and things like that. Sometimes that's been very beneficial in terms of promotions and job advancement. It also means a lot of extra work a lot of the time, but you take the good with the bad.
All right, thank you. We have about 2 minutes if you have any questions for us.
I have so many, but I guess I'll just limit it to one. Okay. After I applied for this job, I was reading more about the council and the advocate's job, and I saw the coverage surrounding Ginger McCall's departure, and she was somebody who I was familiar with just from running in open government circles back in my time in DC. And so I had concerns, and do have concerns about how what the pressures that she felt she was under to sort of it sounded like, skew the way she worked or the way she resolved issues. But I've also seen that since then, it looks like the council has really been working on legislation to address that issue. But my understanding is that it's still sort of up in the air. So I would love to know where you see that legislation going, and what the role of the advocate is supposed to be in the meantime.
Yeah. Does anyone want to take that one?
Sure, I can address that. So go ahead.
I was just going to say it's quite a question. In terms of the legislation, I think it's a pretty easy question. The advocate and the acting advocate have got the legislation, the prior advocate and the current one have got the legislation into place where I'm pretty confident that if our legislature had stuck around for the full session last time around, it would have been passed. And I think a version of the bill is very likely going to be enacted during the next regular session of the legislature. And in the meantime, I think it is fair to say that the advocate will enjoy a fair amount of practical independence as a political matter, if nothing else.
All right.
All right, Brian, I am going to go ahead and make you the presenter, and hopefully you will be prompted to provide your screen to us if you have slides you want to share.
I do. Let me get myself set. This never goes correctly the first time I do it on Zoom, but maybe I'll do better over here. Are you guys seeing anything at this point?
Not yet.
Okay. Are you seeing anything now?
We are.
Is it just the screen, or is it the slides, and is it all the slides,
it's
or
the
is
slides,
it
yeah.
just one or all of them?
Just one.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm sort of just putting myself in the position, of the advocate being in the midst of a training, having already gone over the law itself and moving on to this best practices idea. So let me jump in. So, the advocate's job, the same law that requires training on the legal requirements under the public records law also requires training on what it calls, quote, best practices for handling requests. And to me, that's really an important distinction, because most of the time, there are no lawyers involved in public record requests. The requester hasn't read Chapter 192. The custodian isn't fluent in the case law. It's just one regular human being talking to another, trying to get information. And so this portion of the training is dedicated to that idea that these requesters and responders can work together to make this process easy for everyone without, hopefully, getting the lawyers involved. So this will not advance for some reason. Hold on. Have we advanced?
Nope.
Are you still looking at the same slide?
We are.
This is, well, I'm not going to occupy all your time trying to figure out the computer, so I'll just move forward.
Okay.
So first, the first step, I think, for agencies and for requesters is to be ready for requests. For agencies, that means, several things. You want to get to know the law. If you have a lawyer who's responsible for reviewing these things for you, find out who that is so you're comfortable reaching out to them. Know what the exemptions are that are available to you, that you are required to observe, and that you have the discretion to observe. The Attorney General's office maintains a list of those, and so you want to familiarize yourself with that. Another idea is to really consider and have a policy on whether you should, do some of the things that you formally don't have to do. Are there records that people want? If there are, can you push them online so that you don't have to get a request to begin with? Requesters coming in may not understand the process for providing record requests, so you want to offer your help and really help them frame requests so that the request can be more successful. Also explain to requesters if there's a problem, how do you keep your records? Maybe they're organized in a way that makes it hard for you to comply with their request, so explain the system. Do you sort things by type, by date, by name of whoever filed a complaint or something like that, by report number, and see if you can negotiate with the person to rework the request. For requesters, being ready means First of all, check the website. Like I said, a lot of these records go online. People know what people want, what requesters want, and so a lot of this stuff is up. And before you even have to write a letter or make a phone call or walk into an office, some of these records are available to you already. So check the website and see what's available to you. And again, like the agencies, you should consider doing some of the things you don't necessarily have to. Under the public records law, you don't usually have to put your request in writing. You don't usually have to give them your name. You don't usually have to explain why you're looking for these records. But as a practical matter, my experience has always been that doing all of those things moves things forward quite well. You know, people need to get in touch with you and get in contact with you. Giving people the request in writing, you know, it makes a record of what you've done. It's harder for them to lose track of the fact that this job needs to get taken care of, and they can always come back and see exactly what it was that you were looking for. So think about doing those things even though you don't have to. And when you make your request, try to craft it as precisely as you can. If you can specify a specific record type or number, do that. And if you can't do that, and you're looking for a class of records, you know, narrow it down to a single date or a range of dates. Narrow it down by topics or keywords. Things like that can really help the agency to get their records to you more quickly. Step 2 is things to focus on, you know, while we're in the process of filling this request. For agencies, you know, when there are going to be delays or things like that, I recommend offering to collaborate on improving problem requests. You know, see if you and the requester can change some of the language or narrow its scope to sort of ease the administrative burden that you're dealing with. Excuse me. To ease that administrative burden without withholding the information they're looking for. Try to estimate a timetable for responding. It doesn't need to be, you know, legally binding or exact, just enough to give the requester an idea of, you know, how long you're expecting things to take, you know, given your experience fulfilling these requests in the past. Think about prioritizing your responses. If there are large or complex requests on your desk, don't let those create a bottleneck and stop everyone else from getting records. You know, spend some time on those, but also spend some time on the smaller requests. Consider moving media requests or requests for more time-sensitive records to the front of the line. Commercial requests, in my experience, those requesters are more comfortable waiting a longer period, and they may be willing to move further to the back. And if you need legal advice or think you're going to need legal advice, ask for it early. You want to give your lawyer time to analyze not just the law, but the facts of the specific request they're going to be dealing with. For requesters, you know, be patient while you're waiting, but follow up as necessary as the time, you know, as the time for responding starts to close. Ask if they need more time, ask if they need any information to fulfill the request, see if there's anything you can do to narrow the request. And if it's a really large, voluminous request, maybe, you know, consider agreeing to a rolling release where they will just start releasing records as they come available, you know, on a daily basis or a weekly basis, something like that. When it comes to actually deciding what to produce and making that production, the first recommendation to agencies is defaulting to openness. You know, you want to assume, first of all, that disclosure is in the public interest, and this is the position that the legislature has staked out. It's the position that the courts have announced, and so your mandate becomes, your mandate is to execute that. Consider waiving fees for all but the most burdensome requests. I would say that if fulfilling a request isn't really disrupting the operations of your office, you should really think about whether or not it's appropriate to charge for that time, especially if it's a very small period of time. And also consider releasing records even if you do not have to. Really think about what the point of this exemption is that allows you to withhold a record, and whether, you know, what is the reason for it, and is that reason being advanced by withholding these records? A lot of times, you know, releasing these records does a lot to, you know, build good faith between you and the requester, or you and the public. It lets people know that you're not trying to hide things, that you're releasing what you can, and that you're not the kind of agency that wants to screw people around on public records. Produce native format files. If people want an email, give them that outlook.msg file. If they want a spreadsheet, give them the Excel file. Don't convert records to PDF, which really strips out a lot of the usefulness for requesters, especially journalists who are trying to do data projects and things like that. Getting a PDF is about the most infuriating thing that can happen. and produce your records digitally instead of just handing off a big stack of papers. You know, sending an email or something like that creates a record of your response, and also it allows you to recreate that response. If you get a request from a newspaper one day and you fulfill it, and then you have, you know, a couple TV stations trying to get the same records, now you can just forward on those exact same records without reinventing the wheel. For requesters, you want to make sure you receive what you've asked for. Ask if the production they've made for you is final. And if you're happy with what you received, then write back to confirm that you've received it, that you consider the request closed, and also to say thank you for the records. That is such a small thing, but it goes so far in my experience. Just expressing some appreciation for the work that people are doing, because a lot of the time it's really a pain to comply with these requests. And then I think we're at about 10 minutes already. I have 2 more slides, and I'm happy to forward them on via email or something, but I don't want to throw off your interview schedule. So I would just advance from there, typically, to asking whether there are any questions.
All right, thank you, Brian. I really appreciate it. Sorry about the technological issues.
I guarantee it was on my end.
No problem. If you want to send those along, I can forward them along to the PRAC members if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Well, we really appreciate your time today. As I said before, we are doing interviews today and hope to be able to make a decision fairly quickly.
Great. All right. Well, I hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, everyone. We now have until 1:50. We have Michael at 1:50, so please join me back here for that interview, and we'll take a break now.
While my direct management experience is somewhat limited, whether or not one believes that leaders are born or made, I think that it's a skill that can be learned with experience.
Great, thank you. Mark, do you have question number 2?
Thank you, and forgive me for the gardeners next door. Michael, what do you believe is the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law?
Thank you. And I'll just say to begin with, if my coworkers here, my 2 dogs, are barking in the background, please excuse me. So I think, like all transparency laws, whether you're talking about FOIA at the federal level or individual state laws, the overall intent is providing an interested public a view into the operations of government. The purpose for that is that the public, whether you want to call them the ultimate customer, the boss, or stakeholder, however you'd like to define it, of every government, are informed about how their government is working for them. You know, I thought a great deal about this question sort of in my over the weekend, and it reminded me that I have a quote from a Washington State case law taped up in my office, and I think it sums up kind of my beliefs about the purpose of transparency laws, and that's that the purpose of the PRA is nothing less than the preservation of the most central tenets of representative government, namely the sovereignty of the people and the accountability to the people of public officials and institutions. And I think for both the public and the government, public records laws are an important, practical, and really everyday reminder of who ultimately is in the driver's seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
Yeah, hi. In your opinion, Michael, what's the greatest impediment to improving access to public records? And what are some ideas that you have to improving access to public records in Oregon?
Thanks. Thank you so much. That's really the $100,000 question, I suppose. Fundamentally, I think the biggest area for improvement is a lack of communication and dialogue about public records between the public and governments on both sides, and the resulting lack of understanding about the public records process. In general, I think the public understands the concept of open government. I think there's an awareness of FOIA and the concept of public records, but there is a lack of understanding about how to best engage the government to get the records they're seeking. And really, unfortunately, this can lead to public mistrust or skepticism about an organization's commitment to transparency, I think, which really in itself leads to fear and anger, which can lead to a combativeness when you're trying to work with the government, instead of really the collaborative and customer service oriented process that it should be. I think there's also areas for improvement in communication internally among governments. Every jurisdiction has learned lessons and developed their own strategies and practices to help them do their public records work. And I think these should be freely shared, discussed, debated, recommended to help ensure consistency and a more standard approach to how this work is handled. Most particularly, I think probably standardization and perhaps even centralization of how government records are stored and organized can really help improve record searches and response times on the government's end. Providing resources to local government on how to best manage records, like support for digitization efforts, scaling back boxes and boxes of messy paper records, could have an immediate impact. In terms of actual sort of concrete steps, I'd like to see greater partnership with the Secretary of State's office. They have a really excellent archival and customer-facing website, and I'm wondering if there's a way to leverage some of that skill to apply to records management on a statewide level. And also, lastly, I think without sounding too much like a technocrat, I think in the coming years, the light of transparency that we're all talking about will really come in the form of a computer screen as communication of records becomes a function of our internet capacity and being able to provide those digitally. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We have the next question from Michael Crone.
Thanks. Yeah, could you please describe your understanding of diversity/equity and how that might apply to providing assistance and preparing presentation?
So first off, I'd just like to say thank you to the panel for the question. I think supporting diversity and equity are an important goal, not just today, but every day. To me, diversity is about bringing in as many voices and viewpoints as possible and recognizing the value of those differences. And I think equity is really about fair treatment, opportunity for all, regardless of your protected class or who you are, and providing a level of service equally to all members of the community. I think that my own experiences, having been immersed in a vastly different culture and traditions while serving as the Attorney General of the Apt State in the Federated Micronesia, has really helped me inform my views about the importance of inclusivity and respect for differences. And I guess in the context of public records, an appreciation for diversity and equity can allow really all members of the community to feel, or rather to know, that they are ultimately in the driver's seat. For instance, public records and policies, public records policies and trainings and presentations are a great resource for the public, but not if you can't read them because English isn't your first language or due to a disability. I think that a greater emphasis on inclusiveness can really increase a sense of a person's participation in and oversight of the government, really for the benefit of the entire system. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, next question.
Please describe a specific experience assisting a client or customer that could be perceived as confrontational. What tools did you use to de-escalate and resolve the situation?
So my example is one that I'm sure anybody who's worked in public records has had. There was an angry customer convinced that a jurisdiction had wronged them, and thought that the steps needed to get the records they were seeking was really an example of a gotcha moment, or more evidence of this conspiracy against them. The person's tone, the language used, and their attitude, I think, could best be described as furious, and that's where I stepped in. Some of the tools I used, first off, were as a legal advisor to recognize that my interactions with the individual would be the face of their experience with the government. And as such, I had the potential to either create or eliminate liability to really improve or tarnish that sense of trust between the government and public. And it was an important reminder for me throughout the conversation to maintain a real customer service focus. So other tools I used, I think, would be providing empathy, using active listening skills to restate one's understanding of the request, and perhaps most importantly, to view the request as a collaboration between that individual and us. Of course, using professional, cordial language, and keeping the requester informed about the status of the request, not only once it's underway, but also to educate them about sort of the local process and statutory requirements, and a timeline to set an expectation with them about how the process will work, really reaped great rewards. In that, I think these strategies helped the requester feel like I was their partner in helping them get the records that they were looking for, and not an impediment. Maybe an ounce of explanation is worth more than a pound of misunderstanding. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So the last hard-hitting one we have for you, what 3 words would your colleagues use to describe you?
Well, I hope they would call me a thoughtful listener. I think that's a really important skill to maintain. As in all public records work, I think having attention to detail is important. And I think they would, my colleagues would describe me as a creative problem solver. I'm really interested in using the resources available to find new ways to improve what we do on a daily basis. And I think that sort of problem solving nature is how my colleagues would describe me.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions for us today before we start the presentation?
Perhaps, what is the average day like for the public records advisor?
Well, I'll take this one. This is Stephanie. So from what I understand, it can be pretty cyclical in terms of, depending on the time of year and what happened, what's going on with the advocate and where they are with the calendar. I think for the most part, kind of the backbone of the job is working through some of these requests for assistance that come in, whether it's just an information request or it's, the advocate is actively in a process of kind of informal mediation between a requester and an agency. I think that's the majority of the work. I think that during different times of the year, when we were allowed to travel, there would be quite a bit of travel, attending conferences, presenting to different professional associations around Oregon. And then, of course, when we're headed into the legislative session, I think there could be quite a bit of work, finalizing any legislative concepts or, shopping around different bill drafts and things like that to legislators and lobbying on behalf of what the PRAC would like to see in terms of changes to the bill and or to the law. And then there's, helping to run the meetings. I do help with a bit of the administrative side of the meetings, but in terms of setting agendas, and I know that the current council has the desire to have some subcommittees. So presumably the advocate would be working quite closely with different subcommittees to tackle different projects, related to fees or data or education. So yeah, I think it's I think it can be many different things, which is good. Definitely not boring. Yeah, I think that's
fantastic.
yeah.
That's really helpful. That's really helpful. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I guess my last question would really just be for members of the council, which would be, what advice would you give, or would you have previously given, let's say, for the success of the next PRA in this position? Any words of wisdom for a prospective applicant?
Anyone want to answer that one?
Well, I don't know how wise I am, but this is Michael Crone. I guess I give it a shot. I honestly think that the biggest component of success in this role is really something you alluded to in your remarks already, which is the role of honest broker, whose job it is to allow both sides in what can be a contentious process to see it really as a process that has to have a sort of shared goal of getting what information can be got in the way that makes the most sense, and that really depends a lot on both sides trusting the person in this position to do that job fairly.
Absolutely. I mean, the alternative dispute aspect of the council's work, I mean, is really remarkable in my opinion, given its ability to really provide that pressure release valve to a lot of situations that may eventually work into really acrimonious litigation that's expensive and time consuming for everyone involved. And the ability to just divert some of that by that process, I think is remarkable.
Thank you, Michael. Do you have any other questions for us before your presentation?
Nope, that would be it. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and make you the presenter.
All right. All right. Later. Okay. I am going to see if this works.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to open up my presentation here.
Okay, we can see it.
Excellent. Well, I will just dive right in. So, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation will be a brief overview of some perspectives, both similarities and differences about public records from the point of view of a member of the public seeking records and a government employee responding to the request. My hope is by better understanding these perspectives in the context of history and philosophy, will help improve understanding about public records generally. So I want to hit on a couple of highlights, talk about history, philosophy, and then some general tips and tricks about how we can each help each other help each other. But first off, I have some disclaimers on the material. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not providing you legal advice. Anything expressed here, it's personal opinion. Of course, everything should be double checked by your own local counsel. Feed your local lawyer. Seriously, they love being asked questions, so just ask them away about anything in this presentation. Perhaps most importantly, keep an open mind. I'd like to talk about some of the principles and theories behind the public records laws and what they mean in a broader context. So the themes for today's presentation, shining light into the gray, requires a bit of explanation. Like many of you, I found that exposure to public records work, it becomes apparent that there is a large group of records that are clearly open for public inspection and copying upon request. We call that the circle, the leftmost gray circle. And likewise, there are another group of records that are clearly hidden from public view. Call that the rightmost gray circle. But between that light of full transparency and the comparative darkness of privacy, between that zone of full disclosure and non-disclosure is that middle section, that gray area. And here on the slide, it's actually a green area, but imagine it's gray. And what happens in that gray area is really where the meat of the work of public records from the government side and also really from the public side come into play. Because as the law changes, as times change, as technology changes, the contours of that gray area changes too. And it can often be confusing and frustrating, but don't worry, because that's where the interesting questions are, and that's where the fun is. Or at least I thought so. Maybe starting off with some differences in perspectives would be helpful. Because the other day I asked this Mad Lib style question about thoughts on public records and was really surprised at what words filled in the blank. My expectation was a little bit something like this. Public records work is certainly interesting, it's exciting and fast-paced, and most importantly, it's helpful to the public. But what I got was more along the lines of this, that public records work can be tedious and stressful and frustrating. Well, that's not, well, maybe on some days, but we all need to remember that we're just like other legal practitioners. We work in service of noble ideals like justice and fairness, like a doctor who does no harm. We should be proud because we too serve a noble purpose. We work to ensure a purifying light of transparency. This metaphor of light is a good one, and it's where I'd like to begin by putting the public records work in its proper historical context. This is one of my favorite quotes about transparency from the famous Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis. Publicity is justly commended as a remedy for social and industrial diseases. Sunlight is said to be the best disinfectant. Electric light is the most efficient policeman. I think it really sums up the goals of transparency well. It's about shining that light on the operation of government so that people know how their government is acting on their behalf. They're called, open government laws are called transparency or sunshine laws because of this shining of light on the actions of government. In the early part of the century, there was a early part of last century, the 1900s, there was really a great deal of concern about corruption in government, like the prevalence of patronage jobs. And it was the efforts of transparency across the government that helped improve that situation. Well, why is that important? Well, I think there's a little bit of philosophy, and this is an important quote from James Madison, re-emphasizing that the people have power over government. People are the legitimate fountain of power under which the several branches of government hold their power is derived. So you really need to ask yourself these philosophical questions. Without transparency, how would that occur? How can people exercise power? How can the government be held accountable? And unfortunately, the answer is it might not. Instead, with transparency, both the government and the people benefit. Both the people and the government are in it for the same reason, namely to hold government and key decision makers to account, to generally promote good governance, to improve public policy and efficiency, and of course to combat corruption. So with all this in common, what can people do to help ensure their public records requests are returned smoothly and without issue? First off, communicate with your public records contact. Explain what records you're looking for. Try to be as detailed as possible and explain to them whether you understand the record that you're looking for or not. People don't know how governments generally organize their records. The folks on the government end, we're the experts in that. And it's part of our job to educate the public about what records we have and what we can provide. On the other side, being especially clear about what records you need can be very helpful to a government worker who's trying to process a request. For instance, do you have particular search terms that you're looking for? Do you have a particular document number that you're looking for? Are there other details that you can provide that would better target the record you're looking for, so that we can identify what it is and provide it? Also, just be patient. Everybody understands that these requests are important, and they are, but there are a number of them, and we try to get to them as quickly as possible by providing each customer the fullest assistance. And of course, as with any interaction with our fellow humans, just be kind in your interactions. We're here to help you, and we can do that better with a little bit of kindness. Similarly, what can governments do to ensure that people get their records in the timely and most efficient way possible? Well, unsurprisingly, it's the same thing. For governments, communicate with your contact, the person who's requesting the records. Get an understanding of what they're looking for and why they're looking for it. Educate them about what records you have so that they can be able to target their response clearly for you. And of course, be understanding. These are folks that need information, and you are one of the only resources for them to be able to get that. So be understanding in your approach to customers, and of course, always be kind. Thank you for listening. That would conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you, Michael. We really appreciate your time today. As I mentioned before, we're hoping to come to a decision later today about the 3 names that will be passed along to the governor for her consideration.
Great, and if will I be notified if I'm not one of those as well?
You definitely will. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your listening, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. We do have a bit of a break again, so I will see you all back here at 2:40 for an interview with David.
Great. Thanks, Stephanie.
Yep, I see it.
All right, so if I do that, there we go. Do you just see the main title or the main slide or my note slide?
I can see, yep, I can see the presenter view. So the screen and then also the next slide is there.
Oh, okay, all right. So we'll figure out how to change that.
Yeah, from what I've tested, it's easier. If you have two monitors, it's possible. Otherwise, you might be stuck just having it open like this.
Yeah, I've got two monitors.
Oh, okay.
It's but I may just need to move where I've got it from. So let me try it now. Nope, still. Assume that's still showing you the main slide and the next slide, right?
It is. Oh, now it's, yep, it's up.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, it's 2:40. So this is Stephanie Clark. I am the chair of the Public Records Advisory Council. You have joined us today for the interviews for the Public Records Advocate position. So our goal as a council is to have our interviews completed today. Our intention is to pass along the 3 names of the top 3 candidates to the governor for her consideration. So for the interviews today, we have it's a 2-part interview. We've got 7 questions for you, and that portion we've allotted 30 minutes. And then I'll make you the presenter again, and you'll be able to share your slides for a 10-minute presentation. I know time is pretty tight, but I do want to allow the council members to introduce themselves. So I'll just do a quick roll call for the members that are on the phone today. So Emily.
Hi, this is Emily Harris. I'm a journalist and I've been on the PRAC coming up on a year.
Steve.
Hi, I'm Steve Suo. I'm also an Oregon-based journalist. I've been on the PRAC since 2017.
Do we have Scott?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Scott Winkles, and I'm with the League of Oregon Cities, and I've been on the PRAC since its inception.
Mark.
Mark Landauer with the Special Districts Association of Oregon, been on the PRAC since its inception.
Sharon.
Hi, this is Sharon Khosravi, Supervising Attorney with SEIU Local 503.
Michael.
Hi, Michael Crone with the Oregon Attorney General's Office.
And Adam.
And I'm Adam Crawford from the Department of Administrative Services.
Tony, do you want to introduce yourself as well?
Oh, sure. Hello, I'm Tony Hernandez. I represent requesters who don't work for the meeting in the public.
All right, so now that you know who's here, David, the first question we have for you, what interests you about this position and how has your background prepared you to meet the responsibilities? Please specifically address your experience in management, advocacy, mediation, public records law, and legislative work.
Very good, thank you. Just verifying still, you can hear me fine?
We can.
Very good. First of all, I really appreciate the invitation and opportunity to interview for this position. I was very excited to see it, particularly that you had extended the deadline because I had not noticed that it was being advertised until after you had reopened the deadline. So I appreciate that. What interests me most about this position is the promise of it and the promise of improving how people and our citizens have the ability to access public records throughout the state, whether it be at the state government level or at the local government level. And that this is a position in the practice. In addition to that, that was really established at how do we do better. The law has been around for a long time, since the early 70s, and I think 2017 was the first real major overhaul, and really designed to improve upon this system of open governance that's really essential to democracy. And I see the public records advocate as someone who can not only get down to the individual level and help individual requesters and records custodian resolve disputes or disagreements or misunderstandings even on individual records requests, but also embraces the big picture of what can we do and continue to do to improve the system in all of our cities, all of our counties, all of our special districts, and all of our state agencies to ensure that the people have access to the information they need in order to effectively participate in their democracy. I also think that I have a unique range of experience over my 20 years in practicing law and time prior to that. I have the management experience, advocacy experience, mediation experience with public records law, and some legislative work experience that I think ticks all your boxes. In terms of management experience, my position, certainly managing legal offices in Coos County and at the city of McMinnville. I've managed employees and established processes and goals and worked with folks to accomplish those goals. And certainly then my time as the chief operating officer and then chief executive officer at the Port of Coos Bay, where I was leading a staff of over 25 employees providing direct service, economic development, capital improvement projects, and advocacy for our community down there. And in talking about advocacy, I have been an advocate in legal processes. I have been an advocate in legislative processes, and I've been an advocate for communities. And in doing that my entire career, I have advocated in a variety of forums, whether it's in individual meetings, whether it's in speaking in front of groups and giving presentations, or testifying for legislative bodies, or even in various types of dispute resolution processes, whether they be administrative hearings or courtroom. And in terms of mediation experience or facilitated dispute resolution experience, that was actually one of the things that got me to law school in the first place, was an interest in environmental disputes and in seeing some of the progress of mediation of environmental disputes and the opportunity to try to bridge gaps in people's interests and help them find common ground towards solutions. I went through mediation training while I was in law school, participated as a volunteer with Lane County's small claims court process, and was one of the students that founded the Appropriate Dispute Resolution Advocates Program at the University of Oregon, which was a student group geared toward promoting the use of mediation and other facilitated dispute resolution as an alternative to litigation. And certainly in my practice as an attorney, and my time in management with the court, had opportunities to participate in mediation, either representing clients or on our own behalf, to try to find ways to improve upon the process. In fact, my 4 years in private practice, I was able to successfully get the vast majority of my clients through facilitated dispute resolution processes successfully, and avoid having to go to court and avoid going to trial, because we were able to come up with solutions that worked for everybody. In terms of public records law, my first exposure to it as a lawyer was actually back in DC when I was working for the U.S. Department of Transportation, and had an opportunity to assist on the review of some FOIA requests related to DOT activities. But most of my experience has been in Oregon as in-house counsel advising my clients on public records law, helping to develop new public records policies, improve the systems and processes that we use, and provide advice on when questions came up regarding exemptions and whether and how and when records might be withheld or partially redacted, or even in making the determination that a record that might otherwise be exempt should be released because it was in the public interest to do so. And then, finally, legislative work. I did have an opportunity prior to law school to work in the legislature as an assistant legislative aide. In both my undergrad and law school graduate work, had the opportunity to advocate on behalf of higher education policy, served on the Oregon Student Lobby, now the Oregon Student Association Board of Directors, and served for 2 years as the governor appointee to the Oregon State Board of Higher Education as one of the student members. And in my time at the Port of Coos Bay, we did a lot of work with our legislative delegation, both at the federal and state level, advocating for policies that affected our port operations and securing appropriations of funds to support capital improvement projects that we were working on.
Great, thank you, David. Mark, do you have the next question for us?
Thank you, Stephanie. David, what do you believe is the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law?
I think at its core, the intent of the Oregon Public Records Law is, in a word, accountability. I touched on at the beginning that it's about providing the information and providing access to people to get access to the information that they need in order to meaningfully participate in their democracy. And you can't do that without knowing what's going on. You don't know what you don't know. And public records law, like the public meeting law and public budget law, are designed to make sure that the citizens have the information they need to hold not only their elected officials accountable, but these systems of government that we cede so much power to hold them accountable, to make sure that they're fulfilling their purpose as intended to serve the public, and are never allowed to operate in a system where the abuse of that power can persist for any significant period of time. And so I think that's in my mind the underlying purpose of the law, is to fit in with those other laws and provide that mechanism to hold government accountable.
Great, thank you. Emily, do you have number 3 for us?
Yes, David, thanks. In your opinion, what is the greatest impediment to improving access to public records? And what are some ideas that you have to improve access to public records in Oregon?
Sure. Well, obviously, having gotten the questions in advance and having thought about this for quite a bit, certainly there are a lot of impediments depending on your situation. It may be, anything from the fees involved, staffing shortages, not knowing where and who to go to for your records requests, or processes that are complicated, confusing. And sometimes, frankly, individual attitudes and behaviors of people that are managing those systems can be an impediment. But from my experience inside counties, cities, special districts, I think the greatest impediment is the complex and decentralized nature of our public records management systems themselves. And what I've seen working inside of agencies, within any single agency, and certainly when you start working across departments within an organization, you're going to find record systems that run the gamut, from files kept in individual offices, records kept in notebooks on shelves, sometimes in centralized file rooms, sometimes in locked storage rooms, or offsite or on-site archives rooms. When they get into electronic media, they're on individual hard drives. Sometimes they're on shared servers, which more often than not are relatively disorganized themselves. They're in email inboxes. Sometimes they're kept in proprietary computer systems and databases that run on, any number of different platforms. And then you start getting into, portable media storage devices, cell phones and flash drives, digital cameras, and cassette tapes, CDs, DVDs, that and then third-party media platforms and social media platforms. And when somebody's trying to do a simple request, you want a marriage license, well, that's easy. But those aren't the types of requests that generate the most angst and consternation, and frankly aren't the ones that really hold the public interest. Those tend to be the ones that are more complex and far-reaching. And I think the biggest impediment to access for those records is the fact that they are kept, that the record-keeping systems within agencies, as they have evolved from generation to generation, with technology, they become more complicated, more spread out, more diverse, and less integrated in a lot of ways. And in terms of how you relate to, I could give you the horror stories of receiving records requests related to the development of a city policy. And they're very broad, and there's nothing wrong with a request like that. It's a legitimate request regardless of the reason why they're asking for it. The challenge comes in how do you fulfill it, and how do you fulfill it in a timely way. I think that there are certainly improvements that can be made to those record keeping systems. I think the work of the State Archives Division in developing, and I promise I'm not trying to butter up Stephanie here, but developing things like the Oregon Records Management System, or RMS, those types of initiatives, I think, are really important to in developing those systems in a way that makes them accessible to local governments, that they can incorporate those systems into how they manage their records, and they can move toward a system that makes it easier to compile, to archive, and then to search for and retrieve those records when somebody makes a request under the public records law. I think that's frankly the greatest way that we can improve access to record keeping systems, and I've supported that. At the Port of Coos Bay, we engaged early on in adopting the ORMS system and working to implement that. And with the city of McMinnville, we had our city recorder who's since left for Canby, that was very into implementing that program. And in my role as the city attorney, I didn't have the same authority to push that as I did when I was at the port, but I definitely supported her in doing that and encouraged the development of that system, and spoke in favor of it internally within the management structure.
All right, thank you, David. Michael, number 4.
Please describe your understanding of diversity/equity and how that might apply to providing assistance and preparing presentations.
Sure. Well, I was surprised the question didn't include wasn't diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that having taken some time to brush up on some of the state's initiatives in that area, I think that one of the things that I would say is that as the public records advocate, I'd be committed to working with the Governor's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to make sure that we are applying the core principles of that initiative into the public records arena, building that into our best practices. For us, I think in this arena, diversity, equity, inclusion, it means making sure that not only are the services of the Records Advocate Office accessible to all, but that we are in our education programs and our training programs for state government and local government, constantly reminding folks about the importance of making sure that we are fulfilling the mission of the public records law in making records and information about how government operates available to folks regardless of their primary language, regardless of their political affiliation, their socioeconomic status, their housing status, and then of course the national origin, race, ethnicity, gender identity, ability, sexual orientation. I think that we need to be proactive in reaching out to the community and letting them know about what their rights are to access information that is held by government down at the individual level. And I think that we need to make sure that we are meeting people where they are and meeting them where they are in terms of their cultural identity, in terms of their primary language, in terms of their trust level of government, and how they traditionally have interacted with government agencies or had government agencies and agents interact with them. And we need to be sensitive to that in all we do, at all levels of government, and that includes with respect to public records. And I think that's something that the public records advocate can champion in the training programs that we provide.
Okay, thanks so much. Sharon?
Please describe a specific experience assisting a client or customer that could be perceived as confrontational. What tools did you use to de-escalate and resolve the situation?
Yeah. So when I read that question, the first thing that popped in my mind was an incident that happened right after I was appointed as the interim CEO for the Port of Coos Bay back in 2011. And some of you may recall back to that time was when the rise of the Occupy Wall Street movement was well underway, and there were several offshoot protests going on. And one of those happened to be in December that year, an Occupy the Ports protest in solidarity with protests that were happening at the Port of Oakland. And we at the Port of Coos Bay had some controversial projects that we worked on related to fossil fuels, that they're still working on related to fossil fuels. And that drew protests from time to time. And on that particular day, we had probably 20 or 30 people that showed up outside of the port offices with signs and spent a few hours, chanting and waving to cars driving by on Highway 101, and that was all fine. I mean, we support that, and we support that expression of ideas. Where it got interesting was as they were wrapping up their rally about 1 o'clock, and I'm sitting in my office, which was right by the front door. I hear the door to the building open, and I can hear all of these footsteps coming into the building and marching up the stairs, because we were up on the 3rd floor. And the doors opened, and a group of about a dozen protesters filed into the front door of the office and started chanting. You're in a moment like that. I remember I had 3 choices that flashed through my mind. I figured I could just close my door and pretend they weren't there. I could call the police and report the disturbance. And neither one of those ideas appealed to me, because I didn't think either one of them. It seemed in my mind that either one of those had the opportunity to escalate the conflict, and neither one of them was. They were both avoidance strategies, and not strategies to actually deal with what was going on. And so instead, I walked out of my office and I said hello. And it took about 30 seconds for everybody to notice that I was standing there. And then I smiled and I said hello again. And I started handing out my business card and introducing myself to folks. And I sat there, or stood there with them at the front counter. Thankfully, the receptionist hadn't come back from lunch yet. And, and just talk to them for probably about 30, 40 minutes. I know we were about 15, 20 minutes into it, and about half the group got bored and left. But there was a core group that stood there and talked to me for about 40 minutes. And I just fielded their questions, talked to them about what the port was doing, talked to them about our projects, explained to them, why we were, what the port's mission was, and why we were doing what we were doing, recognizing that they didn't agree, and maybe didn't want the Port Commission to be making the choices that they were making. But I think that when you're in a situation like that, particularly where emotions are high, you always have to look for ways that you can de-escalate, and I think that starts by treating people as people, remembering that that we're all human. That I've read a lot of Brene Brown in the last few years, and one of the things that she says that sticks with me is to remember that people are doing the best that they can. And I found that to be powerful in diffusing my own emotions in situations like that. And just, we may not agree, we may not agree on the mission or the vision or the approach, or what's going on, but we just have to remember to everybody's doing the best they can, and to be mindful of that, and to be human.
All right, thank you, David. So the next question that we have, what 3 words would your colleagues use to describe you?
3 words I think would be thoughtful, would be kind, and would be fair. I thoughtful in that I really try to think things through. I try to process things and not react spontaneously as much as I can. Kind just gets again back to how we treat people, and I really try to be that way in every interaction that I have with folks. And then fair, I think I've got a strong sense of fairness and equity, and it's why the mediation aspect of this is so attractive to me, because it's about trying to figure out how we come up with solutions that meet everybody's needs in a fair way. And I think those are 3 words that I hope my colleagues would use to describe me.
All right, thank you. So that's the end of our questions for you. Do you have questions for us? We have, it looks like 5 minutes or so.
I do.
Okay.
So, one of the things that I'm aware of is that the committee is, right now the public records advocate is appointed by the governor. And as I read the law, it seemed like it's a relatively independent position. Doesn't say anything about reporting to the governor, and that once appointed and confirmed by the Senate, it's a 4-year term and you can only be removed for cause. But I guess that's where the rubber meets the road. What and there's a movement and certainly interest by the committee of making it a truly independent position. I guess my question is, what do you what's the committee's thoughts on that, and how you see that playing out with a new advocate coming in, and that tension that's going to exist for a while?
Someone want to take that one?
Sure. This is Emily Harris. It was a legislative priority at the last session to change the law so it was more clear that the governor doesn't hire the advocate, and that it does exercise more independence. That almost got through till the session. The lawmaker stopped meeting at a certain point, but we were confident that it had a lot of support, and so we're looking to bring that back, and I think that would be a key step there. So I think the short answer is, and I encourage any of my fellow board members to join in, but the thinking is that will change. The hope is that will change
relatively soon.
Anyone else have anything else to add?
This is Steve. I guess I would just add that, I mean, there's certainly, one could read the law as it stands now to provide a degree of independence, but in light of events last year that led to the resignation of the previous records advocate, the council decided that it was important to have a more explicit declaration in law of independence.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I think as a practical matter, there's definitely, you know, there's heightened sensitivity to that now. I think for everybody involved in the process, including the governor's office. So I think, and certainly the council is very sensitive to it, and you know, we'll be mindful of that moving forward, and you know, until or even after the law has changed, if we prevail on that. But I mean, that's something that the council will be attending to, and yeah, I think the likelihood of history repeating itself is hopefully small.
Right. Yeah, and I you know, am aware of the situation that Ginger found herself in, and that was a an unfortunate and tough situation that I would hope that folks have learned lessons from even before the law changes, wouldn't be repeated.
All right. Do you have one more quick one for us? We're getting close
Sure.
to time. Okay.
Standard question, timeline for your process at this point?
Yeah, so I'm hoping by the end of today we'll have our 3 names to pass along to the governor's office. I do not know what her process will be for conducting those interviews, but our portion should be wrapped up hopefully by the end of today, and we'll be passing that information along, and you'll be hearing shortly, hopefully by the end of the week, one way or another.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so I've already made you the presenter. Feel
Okay.
free to share your screen and launch right in if you'd like.
We'll do that. Yep, it did.
We can see it.
Okay, very good. And you can just see the first slide, right? You don't see the
Correct.
presenter view?
Mm-hmm.
Very good. I don't want anybody reading ahead. Okay, so thank you for inviting me here today to talk to you about Oregon's public records law. My name is David Kosh, and I am one of the aspiring public records advocate that you'll be hearing from today. So to start with, I want to talk a little bit about the Office of the Oregon Public Records Advocate. It's a relatively new office within the state of Oregon. Was created in 2017, along with a number of significant changes that were made to improve Oregon's public records law. And I think the 2 things that I want to highlight within the mission of the Public Records Advocate is services that we provide. First, we provide facilitated dispute resolution services for requesters working with state agencies on public records requests. And that's a statutory mission that's laid out in ORS 192-464. But we also have the opportunity to provide, under the law, dispute resolution services, and it's primarily mediation, but there are other informal resolution services that we can provide. When cities find themselves involved in disputes regarding records requests, it's a more voluntary participation with respect to the cities, but it is available, whereas for state agencies, it is more of a compelled process unless the individual requester wants out of that process. In addition, we have a mission of providing training for state and local governments in regards to best practices for processing and responding to public records requests. And really, I should say the training is for all public bodies that are subject to the law and required to comply with it. So, first question I think that we have to answer is why? Why is there a public records law? And so Oregon's public records law was adopted in 1973 at which time Richard Nixon was president of the United States. It followed the federal records law by a few years. But I thought this was an interesting quote from President Nixon. It talks about when information which properly belongs to the public is systematically withheld by those in power, people become ignorant of their own affairs, distrustful of those who manage them, and eventually incapable of determining their own destinies. And that really gets to the heart of giving people the information and power they need to participate in their democracy. And then, of course, I think the Washington Post, President Nixon's favorite publication, stated it very well and succinctly in the motto that they recently adopted, which is that democracy dies in darkness. And there's a reason why these are called sunshine laws. It's because we're shining light on how government operates. So with that, I want to get into a comprehensive, detailed explanation of what Oregon Public Records Law is, from soup to nuts, but I don't have time. So instead of explaining, I'm simply going to have to sum up what we have. At the basics, and I apologize to anybody who's never actually seen The Princess Bride. You're not going to get any of these jokes, but if you haven't seen it, I commend you to watch it. But back to records law, the basics. Every person has a right to inspect any public record of a public body in the state, except as otherwise provided. We'll get into that. Custodian of any public records has to furnish proper and reasonable opportunities to inspect and examine those records, except as otherwise provided. And a public body is required to complete requests, its response to requests for records as soon as practical and without unreasonable delay. And those are the basis of the statutory requirements. The devils are in the details, but basically answering the question of who can request a public record under the law, pretty much anybody. If you're a natural person, not a robot, if you are a corporation, partnership, firm, or association, if you're a member of the Legislative Assembly or a committee of the Legislative Assembly, you can use the law and the power of the law to compel a public body to provide you with records. But if you are another public body, you simply have to ask nicely, because you cannot make a public records request of another public body. So a city, for example, cannot demand records under the law from the county that they are located within. That's not to say that an individual employee can't make that request. They can, but this is indicating that the city government itself cannot compel or try to compel the disclosure of documents under the law. And it really doesn't matter why you want the records. Your identity doesn't matter, your motive doesn't matter, your intended use of the records, by and large, are irrelevant to your right to receive records under the law. But when we talk about as otherwise provided by law, and we're talking about exemptions to disclosure, a number of those exemptions are conditional exemptions that require a weighing of interests between the public's interest in maintaining a confidentiality of those records for the time being, and the public interest in disclosure of those records. And so that will often get into the issues of identity, motive, and intended use of the records, but we'll talk more about that in a minute. So a public record is any writing that contains information relating to the conduct of the public's business. Writing is a defined term. It covers everything. If you want to know if something is a writing, assume yes. If it relates to the conduct of the public's business and is some record of that, then it is considered to be a writing. Doesn't matter what medium it's in, physical form it takes, electronic or physical. And then the second element, though, is that it must be prepared, owned, used, or retained by a public body. So a writing related to the conduct of public business, prepared by a private citizen and kept in their own files, not a public record. If it's submitted, though, to the public agency, thereby being retained by that agency or used by that agency to make a decision, it becomes a public record. So sounds easy, right? You're armed with that. You're a natural person. You can go off and storm the castle and get your records. So what's the catch? Well, three things are going to potentially stand in your way. One is the timeliness. The second is the fees and cost of obtaining those records. And the third is that some of those records may be exempt from disclosure. And this just summarizes those things. I'm going to talk about each of them in a little more detail. So first question, when can I get my records? So here are the deadlines, kind of. The initial response, public body has to acknowledge your response within 5 business days. And during that time, they may seek clarification from you as well and work with you to refine your request. If they do that, if you're a requester and the public body reaches out to you for clarification or to work with you to refine your request, take them up on it. It may be that your request is broader than you intended it to be. It may be that you're off target from where you want to be. I always encourage my clients as public agencies as well as requesters to work together to refine the request to make sure that we're clear on what that is. Once that's identified, though, the public body has another 10 business days after that initial response to produce the records. But it gets complicated sometimes, and there are reasons, legitimate and reasonable reasons, why it may take more time than that to produce a record. But at the very least, the public body has to tell you that, and they need to provide you with an estimated completion date for when they're going to fulfill that request. Public body may also delay responding if there's a lack of staff. Too many simultaneous requests or compliance would impede the public body's ability to perform necessary services. I'm running out of time. So there are ways to speed it up. You do your research in advance, make sure you're making a tailored, concise request, and please, 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 everybody on both sides, remember to be nice. Attitude matters, and the things we learned in kindergarten. So what about those fees? Well, fees are charged for 3 things, generally. They charge for searching for records, for the review process that goes into those records, including staff time to review and redact information that might be confidential or exempt, as well as the cost for duplicating and producing those records. Fees are determined at the state level by Department of Administrative Services through a uniform schedule, and at the local government level by each individual public body. If the estimated fee is going to be more than $25, they have to give the requester notice and opportunity to confirm, refine, or modify the request. And just know that you might still be charged fees for searches and reviews, even if the public body ultimately determines the records are exempt from disclosure. Fees can be waived or reduced if it's in the public interest to do so. Generally, that's going to be when furnishing the record is in the interest of community or society as a whole. That's distinct from interests where producing the record is just for the benefit of the individual requesting it. And then if the requester fails that they are actually going to disseminate that information out to the public or has an ability to do so, they'll generally not be in the public interest. But the things that are considered, character of the public interest, the extent to which a fee impedes that public interest, the extent to which the waiver will be a burden on the public body, and other relevant factors that may be pertinent to that individual request. And then let's talk about those exemptions. There are a lot of them.
We do have a time check here.
Yep.
Okay.
So we are out of time?
Yeah, if you want to maybe closing slides or, sorry.
That's okay. It's a lot to cover in 10 minutes. So if all goes well, you get your records. If not, you can appeal. And we encourage you to reach out to us first before you take it to litigation route, because we may be able to help you resolve this before everybody gets involved. So do you have any questions for me?
We do not.
Okay.
Thank you, David. Sorry about the time constraint.
That's all right.
Want to be fair to everyone.
Absolutely.
Really enjoyed your presentation, and we really appreciate your time today. And we will be in touch soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will sign out then. So. Anyway,
okay, take care. Thanks so much.
All right. Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you guys want to take few minutes here and look over your notes and spend some time to rank people, and then we'll come back together at 3:30.
Stephanie,
Yep.
sorry. Um, could you briefly review again the scoring sheet? Maybe you went over this already, but
Yep. So
how do you want us to present our list?
so yeah, you basically, after each round, you should have ranked each person. So you would work your way through, and now you'd have a completed sheet. And sometimes folks want to, go around the circle and share how they've ranked people, and there might be there can be negotiations of sorts. I think that happened in 2017. People kind of going back and forth a little bit. I don't know if that'll happen today. That maybe there will be close to a consensus. I have kind of a backup plan if we're pretty far afield from each other, but I just want to give people a few moments to kind of take a look back over their notes to finalize their ranking if they haven't done so yet, and then we can come back together in about 6 minutes. Does that work, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. And we have to have a ranking for every round. Yes.
You do. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Will do.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back together at 3. Okay, it's 3:30. Checking back in with everyone. I thought we'd go around and share how we ranked everyone, and if we need to have further discussion, we can. And just a reminder, please email me all of your notes and your ranking sheet so that I can have that on file for the recruitment records. So I guess I will start. So my order that I ranked everyone after the interviews, the resumes, the presentations. First I have Todd, second David, then Sarah, then Brian, then Michael, and then Becky. And it was just really a combination for me of how well I thought they'd be ready to go in the position day one, and you know, with a combination of management experience and, you know, the presentation skills and just, you know, deep understanding of the law. So that was my ranking. Let's see, I'm just going to go down the list. So Adam, do you want to share your ranking with us?
Sure, but maybe I should ask a clarifying question.
Adam, I'm sorry. Forgive me because I had a little audio problem. Could you please, Stephanie, repeat the order of your candidates?
Yes, I will. Todd.
Thank you.
Yep. Todd, David, Sarah, Brian, Michael, Becky. And what was your question, Adam?
So my understanding was the guidance given from DAS was to not do a ranked order, that instead we were looking at 3 names that were going to get moved on. Was I incorrect in that?
So the way that we get to the 3 names, the council decided during the last meeting was to use ranking instead of just straight scoring of the answers. If the ranking gets us to the 3 names, I think that's the goal. What do others think, or is that explain it, Adam, or are you really yeah, I guess I'm not understanding how else we would get to the 3 names.
So what I have is a list of basically the same 3 names that you have, but I don't have a list of this is my first, this is my second, this is my third.
Okay, well, I think yeah,
so.
my I guess thought for that was what would be our plan in terms of, you know, settling any disputes or negotiation between council members. I guess I kind of thought, you know, if we did not agree as a complete unanimous decision consensus on the top 3, then my backup plan was going to be to apply like a number to each and then total those up, and it would basically be the consensus across the group of the 3 you know, essentially lowest scoring candidates would be moving on. Yeah. Thoughts?
Steph,
Yes.
this is Scott. Would it be helpful if everybody gave even if it wasn't ranked, 3 names to submit to the governor?
Yeah.
And see who the commonality, see if there's some people who are on everybody's list. Or
yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Adam, for bringing that up. I guess we will just start, I guess, by going around and asking everyone who their 3 names are, and they don't have to be in order necessarily. Does that work, Adam?
Yeah, that totally works. And so, like you, I have the same 3. I've got Todd, I've got Sarah, and I've got the 4th candidate whose name escapes me right now. Brian? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm just writing that down. Okay, let's see. Emily, do you want to share your 3?
Yeah, these are in alphabetical order. For my top 3 were Becky, Brian, and Todd.
Okay. Let's see, Mark.
Go with Scott first.
Okay, Scott.
Sorry. I have Becky was my top, was Becky, David, and Todd.
Okay. Steve.
Todd, Brian, David.
Michael.
Brian, Sarah, and Michael.
Okay, Mark, are you ready? Mark. Let's go with Sharon. I don't hear Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Becky, Todd, and David. Not in any particular order.
Okay. And Mark, you're my last person. If you have.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, forgive me. My top three were Todd, David, and Michael.
Okay. I need to do some scoring. Do people want to talk amongst themselves or make a case for a candidate or yeah, I need a couple minutes to do some tallying here.
Adam,
Tony, I just wanted to say thank you and apologize for not being able to participate. Thank you for sitting through the whole day.
Sure, no problem.
Hey, Adam, this is Mark. Can you repeat your three that you mentioned, please? I'm sorry.
Sure, it was Sarah, Todd, and Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, 1, 2. 2, 3. Okay, Brian. 3, 4. I'm just tallying up how many people have put someone in their top 3, and I'll have the numbers in just a minute.
Yeah.
6. Okay.
I mean,
I have some numbers to share with everyone. So in terms of who received a vote to move on to the final 3, I have Todd receiving 7 votes. I have David receiving 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. David receiving 6 votes. I have Brian receiving 4 votes. I have Becky receiving 3. And Michael and Sarah with 2 apiece. So,
Stephanie,
yes.
It's Emily. I have a slight tally, and I wonder because Adam, I think you had said 4 names at first, and then 3 names after Mark asked you. So I might have gotten those down wrong. So was it Todd, Sarah, and Brian, Adam?
Yeah, that's who I had. I apologize if I said 4 originally. I know I wanted the 4th candidate. So I had a slightly different tally as well. Is it okay?
Yep, I missed that.
I'll take full responsibility for this. Sorry, everybody. I've got Sarah, Todd, and Brian as my top 3.
Thank you. I had that wrong. Thank you for bringing that up.
Maybe Stephanie, you could just read what you wrote down for each of us, because I really would have said that I heard Sarah's name more than twice, for example.
Okay, so I have Todd, Brian, and David as Steve's response. For Emily, I have Becky, Brian, and Todd. For Michael, I have Brian, Sarah, and Michael. For Adam, I have Todd, Sarah, and Brian. For Sharon, I have Becky, Todd, David. For Scott, I have Becky, David, Todd. For Mark, I have Todd, David, Michael. And for myself, I have Todd, David, Sarah. Is that what everyone told me?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I had.
With the adjustment from me writing down the wrong name for Adam, now I have, let's see, Todd with 7, David with 5, Brian with 4, Becky and Sarah with 3 apiece, and Michael with 2. So, yeah. I mean, what do people feel like we should do? Do we want to make a case for a certain candidate that we believe should have more votes? Do we just do a hard line at the top 3 and the bottom 3 and move those on to the governor? How are people feeling about it? So if we went straight by votes, it would be Todd, Brian, and David moving forward.
I would like to hear some insight from people as to what they heard from people, what was it's Emily, sorry. Kind of what were the things that stood out that reflect what they think are the most important elements of experience or vision that these candidates might bring to the job. So I guess I would love to hear a little bit more of some of the thinking, especially from colleagues who selected different people than I did.
So for me, Sarah and Brian were so close that if the consensus is towards Brian, I mean, I would be very supportive of that. Yeah, that it was a very tough call for me. So what do others think about their decisions?
I mean, I'll say one of the things sorry, it's Emily responding to my own question. One of the things that I heard in the 3 candidates that I selected, Becky, Brian, and Todd in alphabetical order, was a real passion for the power of public records on multiple levels. I thought everybody showed a great understanding of nuance, of shared responsibility, of some creative solutions to some really obstinate problems. But that was kind of the thread I heard in those 3 that made me choose those 3. Ultimately, balancing out the lot of different specific skills that people have. I was a little concerned because Becky's experience doesn't seem to be very directly in public records to the same degree that some other candidates have, but her understanding of the purpose of them seemed very, very powerful. And that was the kind of the thread that I heard in those 3 candidates, was just really a deep understanding of more than just like sunshine or lightness or the holding government to account, just a little bit of a deeper thread. So that was kind of what I felt like I heard. I'd love to hear other folks what they heard and what they value, what we think we're looking for.
This is Scott. I'd like to go to bat for Becky here for a second. I thought I like the word that Emily used when she said deep and depth. I think I got not just a depth of experience, but also a depth of understanding from a lot of different perspectives. I think I found her answers powerful. I liked her presentation. I was impressed.
I want to echo that as well. I was really impressed with Becky's interview, and I think she made up for her. I didn't really see it as a real lack of experience. She seemed really sharp too, so I don't have any concerns about her being brought up to speed very quickly. And she definitely stood out to me.
I'm interested in hearing more about people who did not make the top three, but my choices were the three who are the top three. And basically I gravitated toward people who could clearly articulate why the law is important, why they want the job, and I think who showed, both kind of sensitivity to the diverse audiences that they're going to have to work with, and also an ability to communicate with them in ways that they'll understand. And I really felt like on the presentation part, I guess mostly I'll emphasize the positive on Todd and David and Brian. I think they had very down-to-earth presentations, used ordinary language. The people I did not choose, there were a number of people I think were not in the top three who had a lot of quotations from statute, which I found to be really not something that's going to help, ordinary requesters, ordinary citizens, and in many cases, not even government responders. So.
Would anyone like to change out anyone in their top three, or is everyone pretty well set on that?
I'm willing to drop out my top three of Michael.
Okay. Who would you like to put in your top three instead of Michael?
Well, I'm really struggling with this, and I'm always fascinated by other people's impressions. I did not rank Becky very high, honestly, and it was just sort of my sense of lack of understanding of the public record law. So, and just reviewing my notes. Needless to say, I was very impressed with many of these people. I kind of found Sarah to be intriguing, just because of her breadth of experiences and her, her exposure to a lot of different communities, I suppose. I don't think she has a deep understanding or knowledge of the public records law. I think she could probably get there. But I still go back, folks, and I do look at the scoring sheets about the basic requirements for this position, and that does weigh on me a little bit. So, I'm having a hard time with that third person, so I'm willing to be convinced. But I am very solid on my first two, Todd and David.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, hearing what people have said about, relatability and plain language, I am leaning towards switching from Sarah to Brian, which would adjust the points a little bit. That would put Sarah at 2, and it would put Brian at 5.
Can I share with you a little bit about my concern with, who was it?
Losing your audio occasionally, just by the way.
Okay. give me a moment. You guys continue to discuss. I'm going to switch to a different headphone gear here. Sorry.
So in the interest of people's time, and I know we're not considering doing a second round of interviews to narrow it down to 3. I'll just update you on where we're at with our tallies. So Todd has 7, Brian has 5, David has 5, Becky has 3, Sarah has 2, and Michael has 1. Mark has an additional vote that he has not yet decided on, but right now we are looking at Todd, David, and Brian as having more votes than the other 3 by a not insignificant amount. So how are folks feeling with just moving forward with passing along Todd, Brian, and David's names to the governor? Does that sit okay with people? How are people feeling about that? And yeah, what other options are folks thinking about?
This is Michael. I only chose one of those 3 people as one of my top 3, but honestly, even for me, it is not a slate that I would be uncomfortable with. I was very impressed, frankly, with all of our applicants. So I think the 3 you suggested seem to have the most support in the council, and that makes sense to me.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. And I would echo that I felt that all 6 were very strong. Adam, did you have something?
Just to echo that same comment, it was a great slate of candidates, and I'm good with those 3.
Okay. Any dissenters? Sharon? Sorry.
Yeah, this is Sharon. I'm just looking again at the spreadsheet because, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're taking a kind of holistic look at all of the candidates.
We are.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I mean, I was impressed with all of the candidates and the preparation that they put into the interviews. I am, however, stuck on the fact that we're not putting forward any bit of a diverse set of candidates. And I do want to hear more about Brian, because I agree he did well in the interview, but looking in terms of his points on the total points section of the spreadsheet, that the most recent spreadsheet that I'm aware of, he has significantly less experience in some of the areas that were important to the committee. So I'm just a little stuck on that, and I'm happy to hear from other participants. I understand the concern about being, having the advocate be approachable and be able to use plain language, but I think that feedback that could be easily, integrated into somebody's trainings or what have you. So I am a little bit concerned that it seems like Becky, based on the points, based on her experience, would outrank that candidate. And so I am stuck on that.
So if I'm not mistaken, Sharon, I think that point system was not really in any way like evaluative so much as my understanding of how you described it anyway, Stephanie, is that it was primarily you avoiding judgment calls and just kind of putting in numbers based on whether something had been or had not been submitted. In my view anyway, Brian's resume demonstrates a long-term commitment to the Public Records Act that maybe even unmatched in comparison to any of the other candidates. So
yeah, I'm just looking at the management experience, advocacy experience.
Yeah, I mean but the management, that's 5 years compared to the 6 years that some others put up. So
I might be reading this wrong. I thought she had more than that.
yeah, Becky had 10 years or more, but
Do you have the actual resume, Andy? I'm looking for it myself, but
Yeah, I have
I mean,
that.
I mean, if
that is
Stephanie,
standing out to me. So I'm happy to hear more about why people feel that that's not as important as what was presented in the interview and the resume.
Stephanie, do you have the resume handy to translate what you applied in
Yeah.
calculating her at 10 years? Okay.
Yep. So basically, those years of experience those are based on what they answered as their numbers of years of experience. That wasn't me combing their resume and tallying up, a month here, a month there. They were asked questions as part of the Workday application process, and they had to select the number of years of experience for each category. So that was proclaimed 5 years or self-proclaimed 10 years or more. That wasn't my own numbers. So,
Sharon, it's Emily. To speak to the question about Brian, I don't know who said this before, but it was this dedication to like just this really just a thorough commitment to the concept of and the law of public records that I found appealing about him, and that he also has experience across, a breadth of like all around public records law, right? I mean, Sarah does as well, as Mark said. A very interesting combination, although she didn't land in my top 3. But and I wanted to actually raise the reason that I didn't include David in my top 3, even though he seems extremely qualified and obviously knows this stuff inside and out. His experience seems to be all on one, and I don't want to use the word side, but it's coming at the public records law from one direction mainly. I certainly believe that he has the skills, capability, and experience to understand thoroughly all of the different needs that the law fulfills. And yet his grounded experience is much more heavily weighted to one experience that uses, one group of people that uses the law. I think that may be valuable in terms of the understanding of the law, and the approach to it is so important for the requesters to feel in partnership as people who touch this and are touched by this law all the time. And I liked his understanding that and his vision of I thought he spoke most wisely to the biggest impediment being the systematic record keeping or the lack of it. But what appealed to me is the leadership of this office, and I was thinking about it in terms too of we have we're hiring for a leader, and we have a deputy position, and we may wind up hiring for a deputy position depending on the outcome of the hiring process for the leader. But so I was thinking about we do have a pair of people who are working on this together. Anyway, I just felt like his there's a lot of stuff there, but that I found very valuable. But I was more attracted to people who had a broader experience in different points on the circle around public records law.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you for that, Emily. Let's see. So I'm gonna move that we pass Todd, Brian, and David's names along to the governor. Does anyone have major issues with that today?
What I'd like to hear is where Mark landed on his after he took Michael off his list. What was your choice?
Yeah, I've been listening, and I'll just share a couple thoughts. First of all, I'm really glad that we went out for a second group of people. because we clearly attracted some highly qualified, competent people who can clearly do the job. And so I'm excited about that. Here's my sort of problem, quite honestly. We're sending at this point 3 white males to the governor, and in looking through this, I really had hoped that we could provide the governor some diversity, because I think we all know that that is a major issue that she wants to consider in every opening that's available. With that being said, you know, we do have some really good quality candidates, and I was willing to second Stephanie's motion, but I did want to say that, because I think Becky probably could very well do the job, and I think she brings a sort of unique perspective. I also was intrigued by, as I said, Miss Ames. I'm perfectly fine with moving Brian forward, but again, I'm open to further discussion if there is one. But I don't want to belabor this too long, but I want everybody to have an ability to express their hopes and their disappointments. And I guess my disappointment really is that it appears to me as though we're moving in a direction where we're not going to send what I had hoped to be a more diverse crew for her consideration. But at the end of the day, frankly, I'm actually comfortable with the 3 candidates that Stephanie recommended, but I'd remain open to further discussion.
This is Steve. I guess I'm sort of on the same page with Mark, and I know for some of the reasons that Emily articulated, I mean, I could definitely be talked out of David. I mean, I really liked his ability to present, and also I think he's just sort of, he does seem to be a natural, very self-confident leader. I could be talked into Becky, I guess. I thought I liked her experience as an ombudsman, and the perspective she brings in a number of advocacy roles. And I wouldn't switch because of managerial experience, to be honest. Her resume, just reading it again, seems primary. I mean, her current title is an analyst, which I'm speculating does not include management of direct reports. I could be wrong, but I mean, so I think I wouldn't differentiate between her and Brian, for example, for that reason. But so I guess in terms of advocacy, you know, David, it's true, David has not played that role on kind of, for lack of a better word, the outsider, the person who's trying to get access to services or records in the way that Becky has. I'm thinking more in terms of her immigration attorney background, and also her ombudsman background.
This is Michael, and for both some of the reasons Sharon said and some of the reasons that you just gave, Steve, in my opinion, that switch of David for Becky is one that makes sense to me. I didn't have either of them in my top 3, but you know, candidly, I did have Becky ahead of David.
Okay, other thoughts on Becky? Anyone want to change their vote from David to Becky, or how are other people feeling?
You know, actually, Michael, again, Becky is welcome to have my vote for Michael N, since he clearly does not have, this is like a ranked choice runoff election or whatever. So I'm happy to put her in at Michael's expense. Sorry, Michael. I was very impressed by Michael's career and his experience as the Attorney General of YAF. Actually, I think that's a job that's always going to require significant people skills, and suggested to me someone who could do this work well. But again, all 6 of our candidates really were impressive in their own way today. So
I certainly second that.
I don't envy the governor having to make this choice. It's a tough one.
You guys be careful. We're gonna, undo our our legislative proposal. We're happy to send the responsibility on to the governor.
Yeah. Let's see. So Adam, can I ask you, you had Sarah selected, but hearing what folks are saying, if you had to pick between David and Becky, based on qualifications and interview and everything, where would you land?
If I had to choose between David and Becky, I don't really know.
Okay.
I part of the reason I chose Sarah was because I loved the breadth of experience she had. I think anybody who has to work in Portland Public Schools when they're adjusting boundary lines and any sort of public information
Exactly.
Gold star for me. I think it sounds trite at this point, but this is an absolute solid slate of candidates, and I think very reasonable people can wind up in very different spots. And I think Becky's got. I love the ombudsman experience. I'm less thrilled that it looks like it was more than a decade ago. But I also totally take the other side of the argument with David of, working from maybe one perspective might be a limiting factor as we move forward. So again, I'm totally open to going with David, Todd, and Brian if it's the will to move another vote from David to Becky. Given that my slate is Sarah, Brian, and Todd, I think I'd probably recuse myself at that point.
Okay. Thank you. And Mark, I don't have a note of whether did you pick a third person, Mark? Did you pick Becky? Mark, are you muted?
Yes, I'm muted, of course. I still have not, and I'm hoping that I don't have to.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, where we're at right now is kind of tough. We've got Todd with 7. We have David and Brian tied with 5 apiece, and we have Becky with 4 now.
Oh, God.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, we've got Todd with 7. We have David and Brian tied with 5, and we have Becky with 4. We have Mark, who has not voted for a third person. Michael switched his from Michael. Let's see. So Michael's down to 0 votes. Let's see. I already switched mine from Sarah to Brian. Michael is the only other person that voted for Sarah, it looks like, but already switched to Becky, so that doesn't really make a difference.
So there were no switches from David. Is that right? I had a five.
Yep, no switches from David so far.
So it's still the original 5 count. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I could be talked into it. I'm pretty on the bubble between David and Becky. I mean, I think that's kind of how it's shaking out. It's like, I don't know. It seems like there's roughly equivalent support for Brian, David, and Becky.
Right.
All right, so I can probably land on a solution for us here.
Okay.
Assuming nobody changes their votes. Well, where does Becky stand at this point?
She's 4.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. And I think that this might settle it and achieve what I was hoping for. I'm also going to remove my vote for David.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to insert for David Brian. And then I'll insert after Brian Becky.
Okay.
Could you please now count?
Yep. So that gives us Todd with 7, Brian with 6, Becky with 5, David with 4.
I would make the motion that those are the 3 individuals that we forward to the governor for consideration to become the next public records advocate.
So Todd, Brian, and Becky. Yes.
That is correct.
Motion. Do we have a second? Anyone? Am I allowed to motion? Emily, are you trying to talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, I'm trying to review some of my colleagues' comments in my head, and
Mark, I do not hear a second yet. Does anyone second the motion?
it's interesting. That was my original slate of 3, and I'm just having listened to people. It's a funny position to feel yourself in, be like, oh, this is my first 3, and now I'm thinking hard, thinking I don't know if it's harder or differently, but just thinking about what other people have said.
Well, and I think honestly that the point is well taken with me personally about Becky and having that both sides perspective. I definitely take that to heart and fully support those 3 for that reason.
I wonder. I'm just going to put this out there because I'm going to have to go.
Let me withdraw the motion so
Thank
people
you,
can. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark, for putting it out.
I'm out of order. I apologize. So, given that there's kind of a struggle here in our minds, I think between David and Becky. I mean, what about a follow-up interview just with those 2? Really short one.
I really don't think that that's going to give me personally any more information than I already have. I don't really want to pursue that. Does anyone else want to pursue that? I feel like I don't know what else I would learn.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Stephanie. It's time to fish rather than cut bait, whichever one.
Yeah. I feel very comfortable with the candidates.
I guess basically, if all of us feel comfortable with any of the 4 being chosen, then it's kind of arbitrary. I mean, I don't want to say it's arbitrary, but
I don't think it is.
I guess
don't think it's arbitrary. Yeah. I think the selection of Becky yeah.
Well, I think I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying it's a toss-up, and it's very, very close. And so I guess I should say I'm fine with if you want to make the motion again, Mark, I'll second it.
Well, again, I know you can't make everybody happy. I always try to, and I'm trying to give everybody the opportunity to make their case as to who the top 3 should be. I threw something out there because I thought we could get there. I don't want to force or people to make an uncomfortable vote. If we can get there through 15 more minutes of discussion, that's worth it to me, rather than making some people feel on the committee that they didn't get an opportunity to make the case for somebody they felt was qualified and deserving to appear before the governor.
I'll tell you what my hesitation is. Although Becky, Brian, and Todd, Emily were my top 3, and I think probably still are my top 3. I'm also wavering. Like my 4th would be Sarah, and so she has the very specific journalist, lawyer. Portland Public Schools comment was well to the point. But I think ultimately the kind of understanding I felt that Becky had as a sort of vision of what the vision of the broadest, most powerful application of the public records law could be, I think carries it for me. So I guess now I'm coming around. I would stick with my original first slate of Becky, Brian, and Todd.
All right. Does anyone else have any more thoughts before we have a motion? No? Mark?
I'll restate my motion. I would move that Todd, Brian, and Becky be moved to the governor for consideration to become the next public records advocate.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Do I have any opposed to sending Todd, Brian, and Becky's names to the governor for consideration? All right. Hearing none, I will hereby adjourn the meeting. Please send me your notes and your ranking sheets. Although I wrote them all down, so I know who your 3 names are, but please do send those to me. And I will follow up with details later on. Thank you all for your long day of participation. I really appreciate you being here.
Wow. Thank you, Stephanie, and thanks.
Thank you, Steph.
A lot.
Thank you, Stephanie. Excellent work on this.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.